welcome to Python GUI Conference 2023. My name's Embarcadero and I'll be your host for these next 2 days. I realize some of you may be looking at some YouTube times and things like that and going, hey, wait, does it start in an hour or does it start now? The problem is there's CST time and CDT time, and I think there's a little bit of confusion. So if you're not expecting us to start yet, surprise, we are starting now. But don't worry, we're going to start off with an intro from me. And someone's saying, wow, we're live. Yes, we are live. The intro is from me. It's not scripted. We're just going to go through the agenda, so that'll give everybody time to catch up anyway. Then we're going to do a keynote, and the keynote is really just talking about Python in general and the GUI and security and some of the things that we're going to cover. And we'll have a few clips as well of some of the sessions, so you get some flavor of what's going to happen over the next couple of days. And then after that, we're going to go to the full agenda as well. So what I will do is I'm just going to pull my things up here. Occasionally, I'm going to look over here. The reason is that I have a screen here, I have a screen here, and I have another screen up here as well because of the broadcasting. So don't worry, I'm not going crazy. You know what it's like with multiple monitors. Hopefully, all of you are interested in Python and possibly interested in Delphi, because that's what this conference is all about. And we're hoping that we'll give you a few flavors of things that you can do, but also we're going to go quite in depth into things like AI, because it is the flavor of the moment. Everything is AI enabled at the moment. I laugh at some of the applications, but there's some very good applications of AI, but we're going to cover that in a moment. So what I'm going to do is start off by sharing my screen, and we've got a presentation. So let me just pick my right screen. It's all new, and you should see my screen down there. I'm going to turn me off because I don't think you need to see me whilst I'm talking to you. Okay, so welcome again, Python GUI Apps Con 2023. If you've just joined us, I see a few people come out. Someone's saying the video is too bright. That's not really something I can do anything about, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Let me just see if I can tweak something. I don't think we can. No, I'm sorry. That's the way it is. So let us go through Python GUI Con and talk about what's going to happen. The agenda for today, which is day one, is that we're going to cover the Python GUI frameworks and Delphi FMX. Delphi FMX is a cross-platform library that allows you to do some very cool graphic things, make your GUI look amazing. Delphi VCL is based on the kind of things you get from the Delphi language and RAD Studio IDE. Both of these are GUI libraries, and they can make your applications look absolutely incredible. We're also going to cover PySimple GUI and Tkinter, or however you want to pronounce it. I've heard it a few different ways, and a few others as well. Kiwi, I think, is one of the sessions as well. So we're going to try and cross every bridge that we can and cover every base that we can. We're going to cover strategies for building and optimizing a desktop UI and UX. When you've got an application and you're trying to deploy that application, one of the biggest problems with Python is that wrapping it up in a way that is a kind of nice, complete package that you can present to someone and say, here's my application, like you would do with an executable or a native app that you might be creating with Delphi or some other language like C++. The problem with Python is, of course, it's primarily a scripting language. It's text-based, and yes, you can compile it and create precompiled packages, but really still deploying it as a desktop UI and UX is a little bit trickier than it should be, shall we say. So we're going to cover that in one of the sessions. We're also going to talk about how do I deliver my Python application, and that's not just the desktop. We're also going to be covering mobile apps as well. And I notice already there are a ton of questions. There are a lot of people on this stream. We're approaching several thousand, I think at least 5,000 people. You may not see them all, depending on what session you're going through. We'll cover all the questions. So each day there will be, each session, should I say, on each day, there will be a Q&A. Someone's asking, when will we get the PowerPoint? We'll make sure they're all available as well. Everything you see here today and tomorrow, every single session, including this one, will be recorded and available for you to replay. So don't worry, you won't miss a single thing. Also, all of the slides for all of the sessions will be made available as well. So if you don't want to listen to someone like me chatting away, you will be able to go through and read those slides at your leisure. And also, as Lucas mentioned here, who's one of our developers there, very good Python guy as well, there will be many app samples along with the sessions as well. So everything you see, the videos, the slides, the examples, they'll all be available. Don't worry, we're not going to leave you out. Going back to the sessions that we've got, Delphi FMX and AI, a recipe for success, an absolutely amazing session. There's a little bit of a clip of it in the keynote coming up. It shows you how to actually create an application that looks like a cool desktop application with a very, very good UI and communicating directly with the various AIs like ChatGPT and a few others as well. There's a lot out there, and Midjourney and a few others as well. You know what they are. If you just Google AI, you'll come up and be offered hundreds of them. Can I develop a robust desktop application that uses Python? Well, the answer is yes, and we're going to show you how to do that. It kind of follows on from the previous sessions about delivering your application. And AI inside and out. If we just talk about those sessions, I'm going to whip through these fairly quickly. The GUI frameworks are all about Delphi FMX, Delphi VCL, PySimple GUI, which obviously is hugely popular, and Tkinter, which most people know because of the inclusion with Python. We delve into graphical user interface development, and we talk about some of the things that are important in GUIs as well, graphic user interfaces. And I think one session actually covers a bit of inclusion, catering for dark and light modes as well, things like that. If you've got an eye problem, and actually I do have a bit of a problem with my eyes, dark mode works much better for me than light mode. And these are the kind of things that if you're using the kind of frameworks that we're suggesting, particularly Delphi FMX, in there you'll see how you can easily have an app that swaps light mode to dark mode. And there are very good professional themes that come with it, and it's no effort from you. It's actually a couple of minutes to just include that in your Python apps, and off you go. Your Python apps do not need to look like a 1970s mainframe app. That's not necessary. We also explore Python GUI builders and show you how we can actually create the GUIs, so we don't need to declare them, a declarative GUI where we say, create this button and put this here. The GUI builders allow you to drag and drop components together onto a form and create the thing visually and preview it visually, which is even more important. So that it cuts out a lot of that guesswork that goes on when you're trying to create a Python GUI. With these GUI builders, it does it much more efficiently and much more visually. The benefit is, of course, that you can show someone else, like a graphic designer or someone who's paying you to create the apps, and they can tweak the GUI there and then. You don't have to write a lot of code to make it happen. You can tweak that in front of them in a WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get kind of way. And finally, on this session, leveraging AI, specifically ChatGPT in Python GUI application development. Some very cool demos in there. If you've never seen these used before from Python, there are some amazing demos, and some of the things you can do nowadays are quite incredible. Things in 2023 have really leapt forward. It's almost like that couple of years of COVID that we had where life seemed like a wilderness and the whole world seemed horrible. We've all bounced back now, and AI is fully in force, and that's this year's theme, I think, for absolutely everybody, not just Python people, but all sorts of other developers as well. And we also go on to strategies for building and optimizing the desktop UI UX. I'm not going to go through that. Pretty much what I was just talking about GUI applications and really making sure that your applications can be delivered without having to spend a lot of time designing the screen. So you can focus on the functionality of it rather than the actual, look and feel of it, trying to create it declaratively. Someone's asking when the practical sessions will start. That will start after the keynote in about 45 minutes. As I said before, they'll all be recorded as well. So if you want to recap, skip over me talking, go ahead. You can do that on the replays. If you're watching a replay now, hello, and you can go through this session and pick the sessions that you want. Everything will be available for you. How do I deliver my Python application? Great session. It's going to talk about some machine learning topics and stuff like that, and why some of those particular scenarios are very hard, and also discuss some of the things about how to deliver or deploy your application, whether it's an app, are you going to do it as an API, and how you can do all that of that. Delphi FMX, which is the GUI library that produced by Embarcadero, very widely available, completely free, doesn't cost you anything. Same with Delphi VCL, you can download that for free, as well as PyScripter, which is another open source project that we sponsor. I work for Embarcadero, and we sponsor PyScripter, also free, also open source. And in this session, we go through the basics of Delphi FMX or Python, and cover things like tutorials on customizing the aesthetics, the beauty of your applications, because why should you deliver something that looks horrible when you can easily deliver something that looks fantastic? The themes that we're going to show you are all available and all free. They're included, and you can build those in very, very easily with a couple of clicks. They're all professionally designed by professional graphic designers. They're not, knocked together and by someone who doesn't know what they're doing. These are people that design these things for a living. They look fantastic. They can make your apps look like you've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars or pounds or whatever your currency is on getting the look and feel perfectly professional. It can make a one-man or one-woman development team look like there's a whole horde of you behind the scenes coding away. It's a great thing to do. We want to try and enable you to make your apps look better and not cost a lot in the process as well. Mostly free, mostly, not all, but mostly free. We also end up in this session building a large language model app to query Vicuna 13b. Again, there'll be a clip of that in the keynote, and then that'll be later on a full video. And it illustrates the power of Python GUIs in an AI-driven app development environment. It actually shows you a themed app, so a skinned or styled app with the graphics on there, and talking Vicuna 13b, which is another AI, I think it's a graphics model. I forget which one it is. There's so many of them. Another session is about can I develop a robust desktop application that uses Python? And that's the final session for today. We're talking about large desktop applications. Some of you, and there are thousands of you on this conference today, some of you are going to be working in corporate or business environments where you're using Python, you're leveraging Python to produce applications that are used in a corporate environment. And one of the things you want to do is make sure that, first of all, that application is developed in a way that you can then deploy it easily to your end users without having to run all this kind of manual installation and configuration. And that can be a big challenge. And actually, even if you're developing a Python application for the general public, and that turns out to be a desktop application, it can be challenging because, of course, people can break it. Something goes wrong, there's the wrong kind of library, they've got the wrong runtime installed, and they haven't got the right resources included. It can be a problem, and it can also cause a problem in terms of computational resources, and in other words, the drain that you apply on the computer. So this session looks into that kind of technology and comes up with some suggestions of ways that we can meet that challenge, and then build a robust desktop application that uses Python. And really, it's all about how we deal with those complexities, whether you're targeting end users or whether you're targeting the corporate environment or just, using it in a family environment or something like that, but probably more suited to corporates. Day 2, which is tomorrow, starts at the same time as it is now, and that is combining the strengths of Python and Delphi. And that session is quite interesting because it shows you how to take the weaknesses of Python, and there are some. I mean, it's a hugely popular application development language, but it does have some weaknesses. We have to be truthful about that, and uses Delphi to cover some of those weaknesses and improve those weaknesses and combine the strengths of Delphi and the strengths of Python together. And you know what we say, if you put two heads together, it's better than one. Well, it's the same thing with these languages. Combine the two together, take the strengths of Delphi, which are cross-platform, multi-application development and multi-application design, with Python, which is absolutely everywhere, and it's got a huge, massive amount of libraries. Combine those together and create something better than the sum of the two parts. We also look at a very cool application. It's by someone called Priyathan, who will be introduced to you later. It creates a music player application using Delphi FMX Python GUI package. It's quite clever little demo. Python on Android using Delphi FMX. And, as you're aware, there are some issues with Android. There's definitely some issues with iOS. But Android, it's actually quite difficult sometimes to get Python apps working on Android. With Delphi FMX, you can do that. You can have an app that you code in Python, and you can deploy it to Android, and it will look like a proper Android app. It won't be some kind of second-class, text-based GUI or something like that with a couple of boxes on. No, it will have the full styling, the full professionalism. Nobody will ever know that you've used Python unless you tell them. Not that's a bad thing, but it may be that some people just use the app and they never know what it's written in. They'll think you've used something cool that is delivered by I just see my comment. Please, can you give theory with the practical? All of the sessions in Easy Learn, who's listening at the moment, all of those sessions will have practical sessions, and I'm the only boring bit. Okay, so I'm the only bit that's doing the talking. You'll see in the keynote that's coming up that there'll be some clip videos that show you the practical parts of it, and will actually show you the code being written and show you how to do all of this. I know I'm doing a lot of talking. I'm doing the intro, but the actual sessions themselves contain a massive amount of practical stuff. So don't worry. It's not all going to just be me standing, sitting in a little room and talking to you. Don't worry. That won't happen. Other sessions for the remainder of day 2, creating a Python GUI with ChatGPT and getting to know PyScripter, which is the free and open source Python editor. Very cool. Does some very, very clever debugging stuff. The science of a great UI, which talks about how these it's the theory of what makes a great UI as much as showing you the benefits of creating a good UI as well. And finally, to wrap it off on day 2, Python for C++ developers. This is a session by a very well-known developer called David I. His name is David Intersimone, but he is known very universally as David I. You may have even seen him interviewing people like Bjarne Sturstrup, who was the inventor of C++. David used to do the job that I do. Actually, he used to be the developer advocate for Embarcadero. He's retired now, but he is extremely smart. And if you want to see, if you're a C++ person primarily, you want to see what Python can do and Python can do with C++, then that session's the one for you. I'm going to whiz through these because you don't need to hear me talk a lot. And, there are plenty of other things to be getting on with. Combining the strength of Python and Delphi, I've already talked about that. The fact that if you use the Python for Delphi library, it means that you can write Delphi applications that can then leverage Python code. You can also create Delphi modules, shall we say, that you can actually do things with Python as well and have the Delphi code doing stuff. The benefit of this is, of course, that Python being a scripting language means that people can actually open those things up. Someone can open a Python program, they can decompile it. Even if it's compiled, we should all know that it's very easy to decompile a Python program and get the source code back from it, even if you use an obfuscator, which tries to encrypt it. Well, you can use Delphi to actually help strengthen your Python application by coding some of the sensitive and security related parts of the program in Delphi, which cannot be easily decompiled. They've tried, but Delphi is much more resilient and much more robust against hacking and intrusion. Yes, if it runs on a computer, anything can be broken eventually, so nothing is hack proof, but we want to try and make it as hard as we possibly can, right? And creating a music player app, we talked about that as well, and these are day 2, so we'll probably visit these tomorrow. Python on Android using Delphi FMX, very good session, very important if you want to get an Android application to watch that session, because it really does show you how it looks absolutely professional. I mean, you cannot tell it's written in Python, and that's not true of a lot of Python GUIs that you can deploy. Some of the toolkits that you can get to generate Android applications are very poor, and the GUI that they produce is very restricted. Well, with Delphi FMX, if you can think it, you can create it. It's that simple. You can make a very professional application, even if you're new to the game and you're a novice developer, shall we say. Delphi FMX with the styles can really lift your application up to the professional level quite easily. And if you're going to make money out of your applications, and why not, then that's that extra polish is the important thing. Delphi FMX is cross-platform, so it's important to understand you can target currently Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and Android. We don't currently do iOS. There's some technicalities to do with that. Thank you very much, Apple. But we're working on it, and if we can, eventually we will deliver that. But for now, the targets are Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and Android. You can actually create your applications with one single code base in Delphi, and it will target all 4 of those targets from that same single code base. So you don't have to write 4 different applications in Delphi. It's just the one, and it will target all of those. There are some differences once you actually deploy Python with it as well, because as you know, there's some slight differences with the way that Python works if you're on Mac OS to, say, Windows, for example. GUI development for AI. Again, our big focus is on AI in this particular conference, and we want to show you some of the things that we can do with that. That's a session on day 2 that really goes into depth about making ChatGPT do things. Lucas is saying Python uses the Delphi libraries internally. Oh, okay, all right. Well, Lucas works on that project, so he's got better answers than me. And go ahead and ask the questions in the chat, and you'll get some of the people that work on the project answering them rather than just me. PyScripter, getting to know PyScripter. We've talked about that already, but that's another session on day 2. Science of Great UI by industry expert Mark Miller. If you've never met Mark Miller before or never come across Mark Miller, he's a very interesting guy and a very experienced developer, and talks about the kind of things that you can create your brain to click on certain parts of the UI, and why you love it and why you don't love it. And there's a very good book by Eli Parisa as well about how to make an app addictive and not, and things like that. Someone asking about a Discord community or something to contact afterwards. That's a good question. I'll find out about that. There isn't one at the moment, but I think we should do something about that, don't you think? And there's definitely some groups, I think, already as well, but I'll ask the Python guys about that later. And then, as I said before, Python for C++ developers. So if you've if you're more familiar with C++ than you are with Python, then this session, which is the final session of day 2, talks about making those two things work together. And finally, we put it all together, highlights and shining stars. Most people will not reach this session, I'm sure, because it's 2 very long days, but it'll just take an overview of all the things that we've learned and try and put some of them together with some clips to show you the highlights, shall we say, of the different sessions as well. So if you want an overview of what happened over the 2 days, this is probably the session for you as well. Okay, well, I think I've reached the end of my 30 minutes for the intro. The next session that we're going to do is the Q&A. Sorry, the keynote. But I'll also take some questions as well. We've got a couple of minutes, and I'm doing the keynote, so I guess I can give myself a couple of minutes as well before I do the keynote. A lot of people saying they would prefer practical. That's fine. These 2 sessions now are the only 2 sessions that are all talking from someone like me. Okay, all the other sessions that you will see over the 2 days are going to include code examples and things like that. Don't worry, we are not going to I'm getting my producer sending me some messages. Hey, distracted me just at the wrong time. Yeah, all of those sessions will have practical examples, and all the source code will be downloaded, but we'll give you GitHub links and things like that for those sessions. A lot of questions. What we will do is during the pre-recorded videos, we will actually try and answer the questions. So sometimes we'll catch up with the questions at the end of it. I'm just going to type to my producer for 1 second. Each of the sessions are roughly 30 minutes around that time. And some of them are 45 minutes, some of them are 50 minutes. There is one that's like 57 minutes or something like that. The shorter ones, where we can, we'll have someone answering questions on what you've just seen. So if you see a practical session and you've got some questions about the code, like how did you do this? Why did you load that particular thing there? Why did you do that? Then there will be either the presenter or someone that works on the same team as the presenter will be there to answer the questions. I'll be hosting all of these, but mostly I'll be keeping out of it and not answering questions. I'll probably be reading them and get someone far smarter than me to answer them. But there will be, each session will have a Q&A as well. So usually when we show the examples, people say, oh, I missed it. How did you do so and so? Oh, what about this? That kind of thing. Let me just check through and see any other questions. Someone apparently is giving answers to our Discord groups. Apparently we have some. And PowerPoints I've already covered. All of the session slides will be available. And you will be able to download them. Same with the videos. They'll all be available on replays. We'll either send you the links directly or we'll actually put them up on YouTube as well on our official YouTube channel, which we'll tell you about later. Okay. All right. I need to just load up some slides. So I'm going to turn me off for a moment. I'll be back in about 1 to 2 minutes with the keynote, and that's got some video clips that I'll actually be playing during the keynote as well, and they show some code as well. After the keynote, the next session after that, which is on the hour, so currently it's 1/2 the hour. On the hour will be the Python GUI frameworks, Delphi FMX, Delphi VCL, PySimple GUI, and Tkinter, with a lot of practical examples of code and demonstrations and things like that. So for the next 30 minutes will be the keynote, and then we'll be doing the first pre-recorded session with the live Q&A afterwards. Okay, I will be back shortly. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I've already said this once, but you may have just joined. I heard that someone clicked a down thumb on some video, and everybody said, "Oh, there's 124 likes" or something like that, and one that said no, they didn't like. Can't please everybody all the time. What can you do? Okay, so this is going to be a keynote speech. Or presentation, should I say. Speech sounds like I'm about to start a war with someone, and we're definitely not going to do that. Our only politics is tabs and spaces, and our only religion is whether we use Python or not. That's it. We're all developers, and that's how I want to keep it. We also want to keep the chat to professional level. So you're doing very well. Thanks very much. We do have the ability to kick and ban people who do naughty things, so just be aware of that. And if we ban you, you can't get back on. So let's share my screen, or share my slide, should I say, and we will talk about the next bit. Okay. Pro tip, always make sure you share the right screen. I'm going to turn my camera off because you don't need to see me smiling away in the background there. You again, if you've only just joined us, to Python GUI Apps Con 2023. The keynote is really just a summary of the topics that we're trying to cover during these 2 days. This will be the only presentation where it's not someone actually typing code in, although this presentation does include some preview clips of the other sorry, I turned myself off. I didn't. The sessions that follow will include 5 sessions there. Why do Martha, why does my camera? There you go. Sorry about that. I keep appearing for no random reason. I don't quite know why. I've turned me off. There you go. Okay, so let's go through and talk about what the keynote is all about. So we're discovering the future of Python GUI and AI development. We've spent an awful lot of time and a lot of effort in generating some tools that we think actually raise Python GUIs to another level. And because of this year being literally the year of AI, where everything has gone absolutely crazy, we also want to focus on how we take those GUI apps and also use AI as well. So some of the sessions are very heavy on AI, and some of them are very heavy on how to create GUIs very easily for free, no cost involved. And most of the tools we're using are free as well, I believe. But that's the focus of what we're doing over these next 2 days. You might want to know who I am. Well, my name is Ian Barker, and I am the developer advocate for Embarcadero. Embarcadero are the people that are sponsoring this particular conference. So many of the people that you see working in the background here, there's a whole team of people like producers, and lots of effort gone into it. All of those have been sponsored by Embarcadero. What do I do? Well, I am a prolific software developer. That means I write a lot of different programs. I'm also a professional writer and editor, and a presenter and a host. As you can tell from my accent, I'm originally British. I was born in London, but I now live in Dallas, Texas. In fact, I've lived in the United States for about 14 years now. So I haven't lost my accent. That's a good thing, apparently, according to Americans. And just to emphasize, in case you think I'm just some kind of face on the video and some voice just booming out and talking a lot of nonsense, I do actually get up every single day and write code. Today, in fact, is the only day I didn't get up at 6 a.m. and start writing code. I get up every day and write thousands of lines of code. That's what I do. That's my primary function, but I also am a developer advocate as well. So let's talk about Python. Well, the good thing about Python is that Python is awesome, and we all think so, because otherwise why would we be here right now? And the weirdest thing about Python is that it's 32 years old. And that sounds like it should be, working on a mainframe next to a COBOL programmer who is just going and collecting his pension and walking around with a walking frame or something. But no, it's still doing very, very well. And the reason it's doing very well, it's actually ranked top 5 in the programming language because it's very good. You don't last that long unless you're really good. And that's the thing about Python, is it is awesome. We all think so. That's why Embarcadero are sponsoring this particular conference. It's considered by most people to be one of the easiest languages to learn. There are a few that are say that that's not the case, but I disagree with them. They're not reading the right books or watching the right webinars, because actually it's dead easy. It's designed to be straightforward and simple to use. It's also one of the most powerful as well, and you know that. If you're Python people, you've already discovered you can do incredible things in just a few lines of code. Want to run a web server? Boof, off you go. It's a one line of code to make a web server run on someone's machine using Python. It's extremely powerful. It can talk to all sorts of libraries. There are things out there like NumPy, that do some very big number handling, and lots of graphical charting libraries, and you name it. If there's a use case for something, then there's probably a Python library out there. It makes it incredibly powerful. And actually the hardest part about Python is just knowing where to start, which library you need to use. But it's not difficult. You can Google it and find out all the best ones. But how is that even possible? Well, it's possible because it's a scripting language, and that makes it fairly accessible. You could literally open up Notepad or a text editor, or if you really want to talk to yourself, Emacs, and write some Python code just like that. Run it in the Python interpreter. You can even open up the Python interpreter and type it in interactively and execute it that way if you really, really want to be crazy. I know people that use Python almost as a kind of shell, a command line, and do things that way, but they're also slightly crazy. So let's not do that. Let's make proper Python apps. That's what the theme of the conference is. So yeah, Python is awesome. And the other thing is, Python is also awful. And the reason it's awful is that the typical Python user interface that you find most commonly, not all of them, but it looks like it's 32 years old. And it's one of the real things that Python falls down on, is the graphical user interface part of it. It's very easy to create a Python app, but it's actually someone says that's a very theatrical thing to say. Yes, of course it is. And I'm saying it deliberately to tongue-in-cheek. Notice a little smiley with the tongue there. Yeah, it does. Many of the Python apps do look pretty appalling. Not appalling. I mean, they're functional, but they're not beautiful. And if you're going to sell your work, and particularly if you're going to create something like an Android app using Python, then it's got to compete up there with the other libraries that are around. If you're, fighting against Android Studio or some of the others, it's a problem sometimes to try and make those things work comparatively with Android Studio, the kind of things that you can produce, the user interfaces. The other problem, of course, is that, and we know this, that one of the weaknesses is runtime speed. If particularly with things like loops, although there has been some work on that, it can be hundreds of times slower. And in fact, there are lots of what's the word I'm looking for? Benchmarks. That's the word I'm looking for. Benchmarks that can demonstrate, Python is an order of magnitude slower than something like C++. Yeah, we know C++. Well, you've got to have gone to university for about 1,000 years before you can actually understand most C++ code. And Python, you can probably do it in an afternoon. There are literally books that say learn Python in 24 hours, learn it well. I mean, there are literally books saying that. The same C++ book says learn C++ in a lifetime. It's a hard language. So yeah, I'm glad C++ is faster, but it is harder. However, I don't see why we should compromise on that. Why can't we have Python quicker on some things? Well, there are ways to do that. And we're going to talk about those in this conference later on, how to optimize things and make things prettier and faster. Also, the other downside, the awful part of Python is that if you try and deploy a Python program, even when it's compiled, someone can go along and interfere with your Python code. If you spent weeks and weeks or months writing a Python program that you then want to sell, once you've compiled your Python program, even using obfuscation in the compiled Python modules, someone can actually decompile those very, very easy. It's literally trivial. It takes seconds. Someone can Google them, and they're freely available obfuscators that do that. And that's the downside of Python. Sometimes the best approach is to have a hybrid approach and get your Python code doing all the cool stuff, and then some of the more secure stuff using some other form of language like Delphi or something like that. And the other thing, of course, is deploying Python apps reliably can be a challenge. It's not difficult to deploy a Python app, but how many times do you see a website that says install this, do this, run this command line, and if you're on Linux, do this command line, then pip install that and do that and all the rest of it. That's a problem for a lot of people. And of course, because it's a shared runtime, people can then get into what they used to call DLL hell and have different versions of Python that interact with each other in ways that are not particularly useful. You can use containerization, and there are other technologies as well that help avoid that reliability problem. But even so, it's just one of those things. The ease of use can also be a problem because of the that ease of use and ease of access means it can be a reliability issue. And the other problem is getting Python apps into the Android App Store is tricky. Used to be impossible, but now it's tricky. You can do it, and there are tools out there that can do it. But it's one of those things that there's still some room for improvement, shall we say, for lots of things. But having said that, Python is awesome, despite those slight downsides, and there are only a few of them. Python is awesome. And the most amazing thing, the most awesome thing, of course, is that happened this year, really, which has elevated Python to the cutting-edge weapon of choice for coders. And that is the rise and rise of AI. Why is it a good thing for Python? How it raises new challenges? Will it really take all our jobs? The answer is probably not. It will just change what. Someone's asking, could you clarify if one could compile an app compiled with PYDCs instead of PySource? Yes, you can, is the answer. I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but if you Google it, you'll find 1,000 different pages that tell you how to do it. And that's a problem. So, AI this year has really taken off. 2023, I think we could safely say, is the new thing for 2023. It's come of age. It used to be, Alexa and Cortana and all those kind of things were supposedly AI, but they really never did a proper job. Except now, of course, ChatGPT and Microsoft, including ChatGPT in Bing, and Bard, which is Google's attempt at an AI, and it's struggling to compete with Bing. Microsoft did a clever thing by buying OpenAI, I think, but all of that really is harnessable very easily via Python. And in fact, if you go to ChatGPT on the API there, under the thing that says request and response, which you can see there, the next tab along is Python bindings. So it's so ubiquitous to use Python for AI that even ChatGPT has bindings on there. There are other language bindings and examples around on that site, but the one that they pick by choice is the Python bindings. And with this success comes risk. The things like using public LLM tools like ChatGPT means you might be potentially submitting personal data. And also AI chatbots that answer questions. It's powerful, but the question data, the stuff you submit, might be privileged or protected. An example recently of a tech support guy who English was not his first language. He used ChatGPT to answer some questions for technical support so that it improved his English. Smart idea. It was a good idea because the responses that came back were very detailed and a bit windy, a bit long-winded, but they were very detailed. The only problem was that all the questions he typed into that chat GPT were, they submitted information that you could consider would be privileged information. He didn't include any personal data, but he did include information that you wouldn't be comfortable giving out to a third party, and he's just typed it into a chatbot. We've had a chat face to face. He's not doing that anymore, but it's that kind of question that you need to ask yourself: is I'm using chat GPT, but it opens up a whole new avenue of risk for breaching these things. So what I'm going to do is I've got some other questions and answers for this keynote, but I'd actually like to take us through to some videos. So what I'm going to do is go through this, and we've already talked about the agenda, and I'm going to play a clip video now from one of our presentations from a developer called Bharat Muchar, and it's a 5-minute video, and it's just going to give you a quick overview of his session of what's going to happen next.
This is a app developed with Kiwi for iOS, and one app for Android is live on Play Store. So I just want to show you how it's look like. Kiwi is provide a responsive design and beautiful design for our program. Here you can see the design and look of application. The code of this whole application you can find on my GitHub account. This is my GitHub profile link. Here is that project, and the whole code of this application you can find over here.
So what Bharat is showing here is designing a UI using the RAD Studio Designer. I've speeded this clip up because we're running short of time. I wanted to make sure that we're mostly on time.
Change.
This just shows
Write a prompt. Right prompt. Yes. Okay. Let me make a large label. Okay, and change the text of label response. Okay, let's run this app and see our output. Okay, this is our output, you can see. So this was how we can create a graphical user interface by drag and drop using RAD Studio Delphi. We will create our Delphi GUI application in Python. So first we will install necessary library here, request and OpenAI. Then we will go in openai.com and generate our API key for ChatGPT. Then we will write a simple Python code for submit a prompt and generate it on openai.com. Login with your Gmail and go into API section.
A couple of people saying they're not receiving audio. Some, the speeded up bits, the audio is silenced because otherwise we can blah, 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 blah. But the rest of the audio seems to be working. I've just checked and I can hear the audio fine.
So when we will write here hello there and submit hello there, and this function will, this label will change with the text.
Okay, I should see my, why can't I see my screen now? There you go. So the next video is by Eli Mapstead. This is a session that is later today, I believe, and we can run that now.
This session is on Delphi FMX and AI, a recipe for success unleashing AI in cross-platform GUI development with Delphi FMX. I am Eli M. with FMXexpress.com. I've been a developer for over 26 years. I deliver content and technology that has reached over 250 million people worldwide, including 4 million developers, and I'm the webmaster of FMXexpress.com. Today's agenda, we're going to look at the origins of Delphi FMX. Where did it come from? We're going to look at what some of the features are, what is the anatomy of a Delphi FMX application, how can we add styling to a Delphi FMX application, where to get a free ebook with to help information about Delphi FMX, and 15 free styles for Delphi FMX, and what some of those styles are available for Delphi FMX. After that, we're going to look at what is OpenAI.com. And we're going to build a ChatGPT application using ChatGPT, and it's going to have a Python GUI interface. We're going to look at that API call, and we're going to look at the final application and run it, and maybe test it a little bit in PyScripter. After that, we're going to look at what is Replicate.com and what is Stable Diffusion. And then we're going to look at, and so part of that, we're going to see how to build a Stable Diffusion type application using Python with a GUI, and we're going to use ChatGPT to do that as well. We're going to look at the Replicate API and some more information, and we'll check it out in PyScripter as well. And finally, we're going to find more about Replicate.com and can it do large language models like Vicuna 13b, and then we're going to build a application with ChatGPT using Python GUI to access the Vicuna 13b model on Replicate.com. We're going to look at that API call, and then finally we'll look at that application and the source code as well. And so here is that ebook. So I'm going to go ahead and click that ebook just to show you this is the form where you go and you can download the ebook and you get the styles. There's styles for Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL as well. And then this is a larger version of that one slide we already looked at. So I like a lot of different of these. They look pretty nice. And then at the end there's a summary here at the bottom. And so let's switch back over here to our slideshow. Okay, moving on to the next slide. What is OpenAI.com? So OpenAI.com, if you haven't heard about it, it's kind of been taking the world by storm with its ChatGPT application. It has a couple different models. It has GPT-4, which is the most recent one at the time of this session. And then there's GPT 3.5, 3.5 Turbo, and things like that. And so OpenAI, they provide the model that allows you to ask questions, and or the model will also write code for you. So that's kind of what this session is about, is getting OpenAI's ChatGPT to write some Python applications for us. And so you need an API key for that to work out. And so here in the platform, OpenAI.com, they have an account and API key, and you can go there and generate your API key or request. If you don't have access to the API, you can also request it, I believe, there to get access to the API if you don't have it yet. So how can we build a ChatGPT app with a Python GUI interface using ChatGPT? So we're going to build an application that uses the ChatGPT application API interface using ChatGPT. So this was my sample prompt that I created. You are the best 10x programmer and developer in the world in all programming languages. I'm not sure how effective it is. I read it somewhere that it was effective, and it does reference some of this stuff when you ask the question, so I believe that it could be useful there, so that's why I include that in the prompt. Create a, or it may not, I'm not sure. Create a Python app using Delphi FMX Python library that runs an API call via OpenAI's API to generate text response and display it in the Delphi FMX Python app. The Delphi FMX library is based on the object Pascal Delphi FMX library, code only and no explanation. So the goal there is for it just to spit out code and not an explanation of that code itself. And then what I do is I provided an example of an OpenAI API call, and I put that example in there. And then I provided an example of the Delphi FMX app format. So I put the Hello World app or another app, some sample code in there, and see what it comes up with. So I set that all up, and here is the example of the OpenAI API call in Python. You have to import the OpenAI, similar to the previous one we did. You are the best 10x programmer and developer in the world in all programming languages. Create a Python app using the Delphi FMX Python library that runs an API call via Replicates API to generate a stable diffusion image and display it in the Delphi FMX Python app. The Delphi FMX library is based on the object Pascal Delphi FMX library, code only and no explanation. So then I provide the sample API call in Python from Replicate. I put that in the prompt as well so that ChatGPT knows for sure how to do that kind of API call. And then I provide the sample application from Delphi FMX also in the prompt. So I combine all that together and I send that to ChatGPT, and hopefully it spits out something useful. And so here is the application running. This is in PyScripter. You can see the application. You can see we ran generate, and it generated this image. The input and get different things like the size and the width of the image that you would like to generate. And then finally we save the file out, and then we load it into the image control. And here's the rest of the main application where it runs. So we can go ahead and run that and see how that works out. So here it is. We have our application styled with the air.style, and so this is hooked up to Stable Diffusion, and via the Replicate API we're going to go ahead and click generate here, and hopefully it's going to load up pretty quickly. And there you go. We just generated that image live from Stable Diffusion, and so there it is. So we're going to the Vicuna app. So I'm going to go ahead and run the Vicuna application.
Okay, well, that was just a couple of clips from the actual sessions that are coming up. The one with Eli was the last one. In fact, it's Eli going to be next in a moment, but we wanted to give you a flavor of what we're trying to get across during these 2 days. You won't see me now for a while. I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear. And we will now be going over to pre-recorded video sessions, but there will be a live Q&A at the end of each session. Some of the sessions are very short. They're about 30 minutes. Some of them are almost up to the hour, and there won't be time for a Q&A. If you type questions into the question box, which may be that side, depending on which way your computer's set up, but we are here all day, and we will actually answer your questions live. There will be various members of the teams that are involved in these different projects answering questions as well. I know the PyScripter team are around, Python GUI frameworks team are around, and Eli and a few others who've done the sessions will also be around as well. Priya Tham will be around. He's actually a session after Eli. I believe Dion may be available as well. He's also on the session today as well. So ask away. I hope you find it interesting. A lot of effort gone into it, but thanks for watching. If you're watching this on replay, you can pick and choose which ones you want, but all of the sessions are recorded. They will be available on replay. All the slides are going to be available to download as well, and we will also make sure that any of the links that you see and things like that are made available to you, so that you can get the full benefit of what we're doing. All the source code, that was the other thing. All the source code is available to download as well publicly on GitHub. Okay, so we're going to go over to the next session then, which is Python GUI frameworks, Delphi FMX, Delphi VCL, PySimple GUI, Tkinter, and more. And that is by Eli Mapstead, who will be coming up next. Thanks for joining.
Thank you for joining us at Python GUI Apps Con 2023. Let's get started on this session. This session is titled Python GUI Frameworks, Delphi FMX, Delphi VCL, PySimple-GUI, Tkinter, and more. I am Eli M. with FMXExpress.com. I've been a developer for over 26 years. I deliver content and technology that has reached over 250 million people worldwide, including 4 million developers. And I'm the webmaster of FMXExpress.com, which is a site about Delphi and FireMonkey. On our agenda today, we have what is a Python GUI framework, what are some popular Python GUI frameworks, including Delphi FMX, Delphi VCL, Tkinter, PySimple-GUI, PyQt, Kivy, WXPython, libavg, Pyforms, Wax, PySide, and DearPyGUI. What are some popular GUI builders that are out there, visual builders, and then we're going to do some overviews of Python GUI frameworks, and finally we're going to try to write a Python GUI app in each of the frameworks that we listed above using ChatGPT, and we'll have prompts, examples, and source code. So what is a Python GUI framework? A GUI framework is a set of tools and libraries that allows developers to create graphical user interfaces for their applications. Python offers a variety of GUI frameworks that can be used to create interactive and visually appealing applications. What are some Python GUI frameworks? There is Delphi FMX for Python, Delphi VCL for Python, Tkinter, PySimple-GUI, PyQt, Kivy, WXPython, libavg, Pyforms, Wax, PySide, and there's different versions of PySide. There's PySide 2, but in this case we're going to use PySide 6, and there's DearPyGUI. There's also others. This is not an exhaustive list. This is just 10 popular ones that I was able to collect together for this session. So let's talk about these three. Let's talk about Delphi FMX, Delphi VCL, and Tkinter. Delphi FMX for Python is a Python wrapper for the cross-platform Delphi FireMonkey framework. It allows developers to build rich, expressive GUIs in Python that can run on multiple platforms like Windows, Mac, Android, and Linux. The Delphi VCL for Python framework. This is a Python wrapper for the Delphi Visual Component Library, or VCL, provides an array of pre-built components for desktop application development. It is mainly used for creating Windows applications with high performance and responsiveness. Tkinter. Tkinter is Python's standard GUI package, being a part of the Python standard library. It is lightweight and provides a simple and intuitive way to create desktop applications. It's ideal for quick prototyping and smaller applications. Now let's look at PySimple-GUI, PyQt, and Kivy. PySimple-GUI. This is a library aimed to simplify the usage of Python GUIs by providing a more Pythonic interface to Tkinter, PyQt, and other backends. It is a straightforward and easy to understand its syntax, making it a good choice for beginners. PyQt is a set of Python bindings for Qt libraries, which can be used to create cross-platform applications. It's powerful and flexible, but also somewhat more complex than others. It also includes modules for networking, SVG, XML, SQL databases, WebKit, and more. Kivy. Kivy is an open source Python library for rapid development of applications that make use of innovative user interfaces like multi-touch apps. It can be run on Android, iOS, Linux, OS X, and Windows, and is released under an MIT license. WXPython, libavg, and Pyforms. WXPython is a wrapper around WXWidgets C++ library, which provides a native look and feel for application on a variety of platforms. It provides a wide range of widgets and controls for application development. libavg is a high-level development platform for creating modern multimedia applications. libavg supports Linux, OS X, and Windows operating systems. It can be used to create interactive systems by using Python scripting. Pyforms is a Python framework that enables developers to write cross-platform desktop applications. It provides a simple API for creating Windows dialogues, forms, and other UI elements. Wax, PySide 2, and PySide 6 in DearPyGUI. Wax is a user-friendly layer on top of WXPython. It allows easier GUI development than when compared with using WXPython directly with more Pythonic APIs. Now, PySide 6 and PySide 2, also known as Qt for Python. PySide 6 provides Python bindings to the Qt library, similar to PyQt. It's maintained by the Qt company and offers a more permissive license than PyQt. And finally, we have DearPyGUI. PyGUI is a straightforward GUI library for Python designed to help developers create complex and interactive GUIs with a minimal learning curve. Its core feature is a flexible widget system which allows for a high degree of customization, and its easy-to-use API is appreciated for both prototyping and development of larger applications. So what are some of the popular Python GUI builders? So let's take a look at these. So there is Rad Studio, which consists of Delphi and C++ builder. And so Rad Studio contains a GUI builder, and you can export applications built using Rad Studio and use them for Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL library Python applications. So we have Visual tkinter. This is actually a website where you can go design a visual interface for tkinter just on the website. And here is the Python code for that. So we have WXGlade, which is for WX Python, and it's a project over on SourceForge. And we can look at some of the screenshots. Let's see here. Some screenshots over here for WXGlade. And so you have a palette. Let's see, it closed up that window. And you have a tree view, properties notebook, and design view. So that's WXGlade. And there's another project called Page over on SourceForge. It has a drag and drop GUI generator for Python, supports mostly TK and TTK widgets. Here's a couple screenshots. Close these up. And then let's look at PyGUI, which has a GitHub repository. And so we'll look down, let's see. It's got an MIT license. Here's that you install it with PyGUI. Let's see if they have any screenshots there. I don't really see any screenshots. Supposedly this is a pretty popular one though. I haven't used it. Then we have tkinter Designer, which is also pretty popular. It's got 5.9 stars, 5.9 thousand, or I guess it's 5,900 stars. So tkinter Designer, and so that's for the tkinter, which is built into Python or the standard library. And so this is just more. Here's examples of it, or I guess these are examples of applications built with it. And there's some licensing information about it. And here's Qt Creator. It's got a view license. Let's see. All right, so it's GPL3 and supported platforms. So this is from the Qt, and so here's the manual. A bunch of information about that. So that one's pretty advanced, I would say. Let's see what else we got here. And here's an interesting one that I found. MD Python Designer. So this is from LabDeck, and so this one supports a number of different GUI libraries. So here's all the libraries. So tkinter, Kivy, PySide, and MD Python, and the different controls that it supports on each of those different libraries. So this looks like it allows you to build some pretty complex applications. And again, I like that you can use it across different libraries. That looks like a useful feature. So let's move on to the next slide. So here's a tkinter overview. So tkinter is the de facto standard GUI package for Python. It's a thin object-oriented layer on top of TCL TK. Name comes from TK interface. TCL is its own programming language that does not need to use the library. It supports 7 different themes and styles: Win Native, Clam, Alt, Adult, Default, Classic, Vista, and XP Native. There's 18 different widgets, visual components. There's button, check button, entry frame, label, combo box, note box, size grip, and tree view. And there's 3 different layout options: pack, grid, and place. And then again, there's the online visual designer that we looked at, Visual TK. So let's look at Delphi FMX for Python. Here's an overview of that. Embarcadero's cross-platform GUI framework. It's a thin layer on top of FMX. The name comes from the Delphi FireMonkey FMX framework. Rad Studio Delphi is its own tool that but is not needed to use the library. Has 15 different themes and styles. There's default, there's air, Amacritz, Aqua, Graphite, Blend, Modern, Windows, different Windows versions. There's 128 different components, which is broken down into 78 visual ones, 19 subcomponents, and 27 non-visual components. There's 18 different layout options, and then of course there's the visual designer in Rad Studio and Delphi. And then once you design your form in Rad Studio Delphi, you can use the Delphi 4 Python exporter to export that form and use it in Python. So here we have it loads up this piece into the menu in Rad Studio, and then you can export your form using that solution. And Rad Studio provides a full designer. And so here are some of the styles for Delphi FMX for Python. You can see that I think this one is the air style in the bottom left corner here, and then a bunch of other different ones that there are. So how can we add a style to a Delphi FMX or Python application? Creating a GUI application with Delphi FMX or Python uses the default FMX style for the operating system that you're working on. For example, if you're on Linux, it's going to use the one for that. If you're on Android, it's going to use that. If you're on Windows and Mac OS, it's going to use those default styles. But we can load a new style using the Style Manager. And you can download this ebook here, which comes with the 15 different styles. So if you go to that URL, which is lp.embarcadero.com, Python GUI Getting Started, you can download the ebook, you can get the 15 different styles, and then it's as simple as adding the Style Manager here at the top, or right below the init, and you can load the style from a file. So let's move on to the next one. So here's a PyQt overview. A set of Python bindings for Qt application framework allowing for development on all platforms supported by Qt. It's developed by the Riverbank Computing with dual source and commercial licensing. And again, all these licensing and stuff you need to verify for yourself because things change all the time. And so with all of these frameworks, you should check the licensing, you should check the Python versions that they support, you check all that stuff and make sure that it's still accurate for when you view this session. It combines Python simplicity with robustness of the Qt framework, enabling creation of complex applications. Layout options include absolute positioning, box layout, grid layout, and form layout. Provides extensive functionality including network SQL database, SVG, XML, multimedia, and 2D, 3D graphics support. Features a visual editor called Qt Designer and a Qt Creator IDE, simplifying user interface design. So you've got WX Python, here's the overview for that. It's a wrapper for the cross-platform WX Widgets C++ GUI toolkit, bringing a native look and feel of Python applications across multiple platforms. It facilitates creation of high-performance, high-functioning desktop applications with native user interface controls. WX Python supports Windows, Unix, and Mac platforms. Provides a wide range of widgets from simple buttons and text boxes to more complex ones like tree controls and notebooks. Utilizes various layout managers such as a box sizer, grid sizer, and flexible grid sizer to help position and size widgets appropriately. Moving on, we have the GUI overview. It's an open source Python library for developing multi-touch applications, engineered for creating innovative user interfaces such as a multi-touch apps across multiple platforms. Uses a custom-built UI toolkit that provides a wide variety of widgets, enabling development of unique and responsive UIs. The widgets include a button, label, checkbox, slider, text input, scroll view, spinner, pop-up, file chooser, video, and many more. It supports multiple input protocols, including its ability for multi-touch gestures and other modern touch features. The layout options include float layout, box layout, grid layout, page layout, scatter layout, and stack layout. The GUI designer is marked as depreciated, so I'm not sure how aware that is still actively developed, other than it says it's depreciated. So how can I write Python GUI apps using ChatGPT? So one of the ways, so this is talking about the prompting that we do. So we have to create a prompt in order to ask ChatGPT to write an app. And so in the prompts that I write, I like to initiate ChatGPT with a base expertise, which may or may not work, but seems to work for me. I provide some sample code for a Python GUI application so that it kind of has a reference of what a GUI application should look like for that specific framework. And then I ask for the new functionality that I want it to build. And then you can also use it to convert between different Python GUI frameworks. So what is a prompt for ChatGPT to write a Python GUI app? So this is the prompt that I like to use, or variations of it. You are the best designer and 10x developer and programmer in the world in all programming languages. Create a sample Delphi FMX for Python app in Python that features a ChatGPT-like interface with a list view on the left, a scrolling memo field on the right, and an edit question box on the bottom. Here's a sample of a Delphi FMX for Python app. And then I paste in some code like from a Hello World or another application that's built in that framework, in this case Delphi FMX. So these were all the frameworks that I built an application in. And so then the newest feature in Delphi, or in OpenAI at the moment, is that you can share your chat that you use on OpenAI in ChatGPT. So these are all the shares that I created of the different applications I built. So I'm going to go and investigate these a little bit, and let's look through them. So this is the one for Delphi FMX. So here's my prompt, and then I loaded in my sample Hello World application, and this is what it generated for me. So it created this ChatGPT form. And so for all of these prompts, I really just wanted it to create a generic application that kind of spits back out what I put into it. It's not hooked up into OpenAI at all. It's just, the purpose mainly was to see, can ChatGPT build these Python GUI applications, and then you can add your own functionality. So it generated this application and gave me these explanations of it, and then I went and I compiled that on the command line, and I took any of the errors that it spit back out, and I said, hey, fix your errors, and generate it again. And so then it generated the application again, and in this case it was missing a button. I wanted to add a button, so I asked it to add a button, and it did. And so here's that button click, and here's the button. If we go back up here, you can see that there was no button. It used this key up event. And so I was happy with that, and that was able to compile. So moving on to the next one. So we did Delphi VCL for Python. And this was, again, here's the prompt that I used. And here was the example application that I used as well. So these came from the examples of the GitHub of Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL. So this one actually was a pretty long example. So I pasted that in there. And then this was the program that it created after that. Created all this code here. And then I said, hey, fix your errors. I went and compiled this. I said, fix your errors. And because there was no review property, or at least it wasn't built the way that ChatGPT thought, and it fixed that problem. And then I had it continue fixing whatever issues it had. And finally, I was happy with the output, and it compiled. And I moved on to the next application. So here I did tkinter. So here was my prompt. I used the same format for all of them. Here, it was a really short tkinter example. I mean, maybe there's a lot of code out there. ChatGPT doesn't have any issues with generating tkinter GUI code. So here was the application it created. We do an import, created this class, added the various controls, and then I went and compiled it, and it gave me this error message, and I had it. I said fix your errors, and it completed the application, and I was able to compile the application. So after I run through all of these, and then I'm going to go show you the applications that were built, and I'm going to run them, and you can see for yourself the different applications that were built. So next up, we have PySimple GUI. So I'm going to click on that one and load that up. So here is, again, same prompt. Here was my sample application, a little bit longer than tkinter. And so you can see that this one has a little bit different structure here in PySimple GUI. You've got a layout thing here at the top, and then you have a while loop right here. And so I compiled it. It said, hey, there's some errors here. and so then it fixed the errors. In this case, it was operator error. I was like, hey, where is PySimple GUI? And it was like, okay, here, install PySimple GUI, and it did. And so originally, I guess there was no errors besides the fact that I hadn't installed the package yet. So that just run. We'll close that up. Move on here to PyQt. Here's the same prompt that I use, and there was the sample application that I used to pass into that prompt. And here's the code that it generated. We have so this is PyQt 6. There's also PyQt 5. I think I played around with both of them. I ended up going with the PyQt 6 because it was the most recent version. So that was another interesting thing. So not all of these had, I'm using Python 3.11, which is the latest version at the time of this session. And so not all of them supported Python 3.11. So not all of them actually will compile because of that. So let's run through here. So we've got our imports here at the top. We create an application, some different widgets, and then we go down here and we execute our application. So in this case, it connected it to a server, and I believe that was because the example application contained, hey, connect to a server. So I had to rewrite it because I didn't really want it to do that. I had to rewrite it, and this is what it did the second time. And we have our different components there, and send message, and then it compiled right off the bat. Okay, so let's move on to Kivy. We use the same prompt, and then here's our really short Kivy application. Not much there that I had passed into it. And then this is what it generated. It loaded up all these. And it had a class here, has some different objects, main application. And then it explained it. There were some errors. I said, hey, fix your errors. And so it did. And then it went ahead and then it was too complex, I think, on this one. This one was too complex. I was like, okay, you need to simplify this a little bit. And so then it simplified it, and again, so there was even more errors. So then it spit out these errors, which is quite a few different errors. And so then I was like, okay, fix your errors again. And so then it worked on it some more. And then finally I had a compilable application that worked. Moving on to WX Python. Here's my prompt. Here was the sample code that I passed in. And here's what it came back to me with. There's a class, it creates all its different components. What I found interesting was just how different or how similar all the different code was between the different GUI applications for Python, which makes it really easy, really, from my perspective, to transition between different Python GUI frameworks. So this one either compiled right off the bat, or I wasn't able to get the correct version here. We'll have to see later in the session what happened with that, but I didn't ask it for any more changes. So moving on to live AVG. So here was my prompt. Here was my sample application. And here was the code that it generated. And I think in this one also I don't know that I was able to get it for Python 3.11. We'll have to see later when I try to run it. Moving on to PyForms. So here's the PyForms. Again, similar prompt. Kind of a long PyForms example here, longer than some of the others like Dekinter. And here was the code that it generated. It has lots of explanation, tells you what it did. And here's the imports. And there's all the application that it built. I said fix your errors after I compiled it the first time, and it solved its issues with the next version, and then I moved on, so this one must have compiled after that. Let's see, Wax. I think Wax was one that I wasn't able to compile as well. So here's my prompt. Here is my sample application. And here was the code that it generated. Application run there. And again, I didn't ask for any changes because I don't think I was able to get for 3.11 Python it to compile there. So originally I started out this session with Python, or so PySide 2, and then because it wasn't able to compile under 3.11, I switched it up to PySide 6. And so in this case, here's our prompt, and here is our sample code for PySide 6 that I passed into the prompt. And this is the code that it brought out from that sample and from my prompt. So it creates a bunch of widgets and components, and then its event, and then launches the application. And in this case, it looks like it ran right away. I didn't ask it for any fixes there. And finally, we have Dear Pi GUI. And so here is my prompt, and here is what it generated. Looks like I didn't even pass in a sample on this one. Oh, and then it didn't work out. So then I did actually pass in the sample. So here's the sample and my prompt, and here's the code that it generated and some explanation. I went and compiled it. This was the error. I passed in the error back, and it looks like it solved its error. And then I passed in another error, and it gave me another version, and it looks like that version complete and compiled. So I didn't ask it for any more fixes. Okay, so let's move on. And so these were all the applications that it generated. So these are the Python GUI frameworks and what they look like based on the prompt that I passed it and what was generated by ChatGPT. And I have all of those, the source codes for all of them. So you can see here's on this GitHub. But so here's Delphi FMX, here's Delphi VCL, here's Dear Pi GUI, here's Pi QT6, tkinter, Kivy, Pi Simple GUI, and Pi Forms. There may be one more that I don't have a screenshot here, and then the other ones that I don't have screenshots because they didn't actually compile successfully for me, maybe because of the wrong Python version. So I can click over here, and you can see the source code here. It's all MIT license, and these were all, and there's a link here also to all the different chats where I created the different Python GUI framework apps. And so I'm going to go over here, and so I'm running on Windows here, and I've got, looks like I'm just going to start at the top here. I'm going to run the first one. So Python Dear, and then do a complete there. And so here's the application that it built. So you can see this one's interesting. So it's got this window, and then it kind of has this interface window inside of the window. So if I make that bigger, we can see here's our message, and I can go and type test, and it kind of does this echo test. And that was really all I wanted to do with these sample applications, was create some kind of interface. So you can also see this one moves around inside of this one, inside of this Windows form. So that was Dear Pi GUI. You can also see that there is this warning here, but because it didn't stop me from running the application, I just kind of left that warning for now. So let's move on to the next one. Let's run the Delphi FMX. So I also have all the packages that are required to run these. I already have all those installed. I run all the pip installs on all of them, so that's all ready here to go. But in your case, you'd have to install the packages in order to run these applications. So here is the chat. There's the interface that was generated for the Delphi FMX. So we can do a test, and it's going to run and say that. So that's Delphi FMX. And then we're going to run the Python Delphi VCL. And so here was the generated. I thought this one was nice looking. It has the button everywhere. There was no form like covering everything. It kind of actually created it successfully the first time. And then here's our echo back. So that's Delphi VCL for Python. Let's try the next one. So we got Python. Let's see, Kivy's up next. So Kivy has more output here. It's got these other messages, tells you what's going on. And then over here, we can write a message and hit enter, and then it writes that message up there. So a little bit different than some of the others, but that's what it generated from when I asked it and the prompt. Okay, so let's see what else is next. After Kivy, we have lib avg, which I'm pretty sure doesn't run. So let's run that one, Python lib. All right, yeah, so that one, I'm pretty sure it just doesn't have Python 3.11 support, so that's I was not able to run it. So then moving on, we have PyForms. So Python PyForms, we run that. Oh, so this one has an error, but it does run. So it has some errors there, but it does run, and I can type in my message and send a message, and we get in this chat list. So there was some errors, but it was able to generate this interface, and so therefore I just moved on and left the other errors there. But just interesting which ones work with additional errors and which ones just work. Okay, so let's do the next one, Python Py. I think this is the next one, PyQt. Okay, so here we go. So this one doesn't have a button. We go to test, and we get test. Now some of them do an echo back from the GPT user, and some of them don't. In this case, we just get an echo from this single user. And again, there's no button here. I could probably have asked it to add a button. It probably would have done that. So that's PyQt. So I think here's where I did Python side 2. So this one I'm pretty sure doesn't work because they don't have side 2. I'm pretty sure it didn't have a 3.11 Python support. So I moved on and then created the side 6. So Python side 6, and this.
Well, sorry about that, everyone. We use a platform called Restream to do the broadcasting, and hopefully you can hear me, because what has happened is, whilst we were using the app, it's a web-based console that we use. We've used it many times before, and it's very successful normally. It just changed on us, and the change that happened, I don't know why anybody would change an app that you're in the middle of using, but the change meant that our stream completely dropped. And all the controls that we'd normally see, we have a very experienced producer behind the scenes, Martha, who works with me plenty of times, and both of us are used to this platform, and we're very familiar with it, and we literally lost all the controls we're used to. We put in a support call to say, what did you do? Because this is not what we expected, and everything was going fine, and all of a sudden it wasn't. So what we're going to try and do is play the next set of videos. If I just take a look at my little schedule here. So we were expecting to be playing a session for the rest of this from Eli. Eli actually nearly finished his session, but we'll try and play it again another time because we've got plenty of time in other sessions. And what I think we're going to do is go to Priyatham's session shortly. That's supposed to start in 7 minutes. So I think, Martha, if you can hear me, that we'll do that actually on time so that the schedule is happening then. And for the meantime, I'm going to answer some of the questions here. And we can all shake our collective fists at Restream and say, what did you do to our streaming platform? And ironically, their technical support window cannot be minimized. Oh, yes, it can. Oh, no, it can't. You can't minimize it. That is quite incredible. I've never seen anybody change a web app when you're in the middle of using it. It's absolutely incredible. And their technical support window covers up my chat window. Great. So I can't actually see everybody's chat because there's no way of moving that chat window. Fantastic. So it's all going well. Don't worry, we'll fix this. So what we're going to do is I'll try and answer some of your questions, okay? And then on the hour, so that's 6 minutes away, we'll start streaming the next session, which is strategies for building and optimizing the desktop UI and UX. That's with Priyatham, who should be joining me live, hopefully. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's not happened to us before. We've had problems with streaming, but not quite this crazy. So it's a little bit irritating. I can't believe you can't even close the help window. I mean, that is just nonsense, isn't it? How do I close that? Let's see. No way of doing it. Well, I feel like bashing someone. I can't see the most recent. I can't see the most recent chat questions either. Fantastic. Yeah, they launched it. We've just heard from Restream. They launched a new design for the product in the middle of our stream. We're streaming live, and they just launched a new product. I mean, I don't want to talk out of place. This is my personal opinion, but that is a ridiculous thing to do to a company that are actually in the middle of a stream. I just don't understand why you would do that. You know, I'm talking on behalf of myself personally there. That's not Embarcadero's company opinion, but I'm sure you get where I'm coming from doing that. So looking at the questions that I can see at the moment, some people were saying, well, hang on, this video by Eli was all just really showing how ChatGPT worked. Well, actually, yes, to a certain degree it was, excuse me, showing some of the ChatGPT things and some of the other frameworks. But the point he was making, and unfortunately we didn't get to the bit of the video where he actually put the apps together, is he was showing that you could use the ChatGPT for Python to generate interfaces for the various Python GUI frameworks. Because we're talking a lot about Python GUIs in this conference, we wanted to try and show you, that actually you can make them work for you depending on whatever one you want. So if you decide to use Kiwi, then you could all, if you're not quite sure about it, you could go into ChatGPT and come up with a Kiwi interface that looks very similar to other things that you want. Same with Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL and all the other things. I actually wasn't watching all the video because I was too busy freaking out at the fact that the studio had just decided to die in the middle of us streaming. But the other sessions that are coming up do show you a lot more of this actual using things, as in applications that are written in Python and generating Python code. And Pritham in particular goes into a lot of depth about the applications and deploying them, and that's what his whole session is about. But if you remember in the keynote and the preview that I started with, we talk about all the other things to do with deploying and delivering applications. I did get one prompt that we got was someone said, oh, what about virtual env and pipenv and all the rest of it for delivering applications and avoiding conflicts of Python versions and things like that. Yes, they are alternatives. PyEnv, virtualenv, and pipenv, all of those allow you to have a virtualized Python instance so that Python, whatever, some random version over there doesn't interfere with another later version or early version when this code here depends on it being a specific version, and this code here depends on it being another specific version. Those environments can allow you to actually virtualize your Python so that that conflict doesn't occur, and they're actually very useful. There are some criticisms if you actually Google pipenv and then the word criticism. Some of them look a bit suspicious, like it's someone trying to be nasty about them for the sake of raising a fight, shall we say, but some of them are quite valid. I know that VS Code, for example, has got some of the add-ons that you can get with VS Code don't like to have virtualized environments for the Python. It actually specifically says in some of the extensions, don't do that, it won't work. So yeah, it's a good point. Python can be virtualized, and it can use virtualenv and pipenv and all the rest of it. There's one, Mr. Electron, who, by the way, has been with us through thick and thin, even though the stream crashed. He says, as a beginner in Python, my question is that, can we make a clone of Spotify? IG, I think he means, will it be good practice? Okay, so later on, Priyathan will show you an application which is a music player. And let's get realistic about Spotify, okay? Spotify is an Electron app primarily, so it's a lot of web development. In fact, I know one of the user interface designers for Spotify. She's based in Sweden. And you can follow her on Instagram. She talks about her child and things like that. And the Spotify project, there's actually a very good movie as well that you can watch where they talk about developing the user interface and actually how they optimize the streams to play instantly. The minute that you click on the Spotify stream, it plays instantly. This is actually more complicated than it looks. It's not just like playing audio that you've got sitting on your machine. So can I create a Spotify clone? You can copy the user interface and get sued. You can copy the user interface and come up with something different. You can use it to inform your design decisions. But actually, the technology behind it is fundamentally complicated. There are lots of content delivery networks. So writing a Python program is not difficult, and writing a Python program to play music is not, sorry, not movie, but music and stuff like that is not difficult either. And Priyathan shows exactly this in one of his sessions. But being as good as Spotify, which is a multi-million dollar corporation with lots of extremely experienced hardcore developers who are way better than your average coder, and I'm not suggesting you're not, Mr. Asking about the question about Spotify, but it's not as simple as it looks, and it's like a lot of these things. So we're getting some advice from our Restream people who are telling us how to make things work. So I'm I don't even see our chat window that we used to have, which was a private chat, Martha. So I don't know what we've got anymore. No. Oh, things are happening in front of me now as well that I don't understand. So let me just ask our producer separately, because Restream can no longer be trusted right now. Just roll the next. Yeah, I agree. So let's start. And what we're going to do is play the next video stream, and hopefully that Restream, the platform, doesn't crash. The next session is by Priyathan. He's an extremely talented developer, and it is called Strategies for Building and Optimizing the Desktop UI and UX.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Python GUI Apps Conference 2023. In this session, I will be discussing about the strategies for building and optimizing desktop UI UX. So I'm Priyathan, and I'm a Python developer advocate at Embarcadero Technologies. As part of this session, we'll be building a simple to-do application. So that first we'll build it, and then we will optimize it using the Delphi IDE's WYSIWYG GUI designer. So first of all, this application will look like this after we build it, right? So this is the whole code for that application. If we just get this, I have got this code already copied over here in the to-do-GUI.py file. And if we just run it, then what happens? If you see, there you go. This is that application, right? If you just enter some task, let's say the task 1, and add task. If we can press here, or we can even have the switch the focus from one of the component to the other component by tabs, using the tabs. If you just press and keep on pressing or clicking the tab, the focus will be shifting from one to other. And then let's say if we can add the task 2, and then if we delete task, the first task will get deleted. This is the logic for this specific application. What we have done here, we'll be taking a look on this. So then you see, first of all, any application will be going to the main code at first. So the main, as part of the main, we have initialized the application at first, and then we have set a title for that application. And this is where we have instantiated the to-do app class, which is extending the form. The to-do app class extends the form, and the application will become the owner of that the specific class, which is actually the form, its form, but it's an extended class for that form. So then we need to set a main form first, so that because if we have multiple windows as part of the application, over here it's only a single window application, but if there's a multiple windows, then we need to know which window should be opened at first as we run the application, right? So for that, we need to set the main form and then show it, run it, and destroy it as we close it. So this is what the logic behind this specific piece of code at Rust. And when we just go to this specific part, when it will get instantiated, right? So now using this app instantiation, we can actually get to run all of this in code. When it gets instantiated, then this initialization will run at first, right? So in this, as part of this initialization, we have first set up the caption, which will be the caption of this window itself on top, and its bounds, right? So that's what we'll be looking. So before looking that, okay, let me just say you that boundations, if you see, the set bounds, the 100, these are the initial two places, is actually the origin of that window itself. So origin of the GUI applications will be starting from the top left corner. So, and the 0, 0 of the computer screen or the monitor itself will be at the top left corner. So that will be 0, 0, and 100 will be the X direction, 100, and Y direction 100. And then the applications, window, the form itself has this 700 as the X length and 500 as the Y length. So this is what this application, bounds is concerned. So then if you see the app itself, this Delphi FMX itself is maintaining a ownership and parent model, because this application is actually an owner of this class to-do app form. And if you go ahead, then the edit is another component whose parent is the self, which is the form or the to-do app itself. So it follows a ownership parent mode style based structure, the paradigm actually. So then ownership actually maintains the life cycle of that specific component, and parent takes care of the drawing part. So because, say, if you see here, the application is the owner of it, right? So when application gets closed, this to-do app form gets closed. Similarly, if the edit component has the parent as a self, which is a to-do app, so when the to-do app gets closed, the edit doesn't have any meaning because it's get closed automatically. So that's the parent, and the self, so that's the owner, and the parent is like the drawing of that specific component. The drawing of that edit box is in the form, on the form. So it is on the form over here. So that's what the ownership parent architecture that Delphi follows. If you see here, the form 1 is the parent, and panel is the child of that form 1, and button is another panel or a child. So this is concerned about the drawing of the application. But if you see the ownership itself, the application owns the form 1, which is this, but all the other panel and button and edit and everything are are owned by the form one itself. They present as part of the form one itself. So then we can have another form which can have so many other components. So that's what this is the ownership part, and this is the parent part which concerns about the drawing. So all the visual components, this panel and button and edit box and label are all visual components. So visual components, except the form itself, must have a parent defined, because if not, then it cannot be viewed. Parent itself is specifically for drawing purpose, right? So to design a good UI, you need to have these concepts in mind. So that is what I would like to, make you, let you take home with this specific slide. So both visual and non-visual components have an owner property. So some components might be non-visual components. Let's say, for example, the media player is a non-visual component, but still it has a owner, but it need not have a specific parent is not of significance in for that, because it's not a visual component. So wherever it is, it doesn't matter. Whatever its parent is, it doesn't matter. So then this is done, right? So if you go to the code, let me just pull over the code besides this, let's say, right? If you go to the code, text box, right? Boss. Hello. Okay. Nothing. Finished. Not sure. No. You only said something is finished actually. We want something you told in the morning, or I'm not remembering that exactly what. Remember, you are saying something, that's something finished. Okay. Very good. How much time will it take for you guys to come home? Okay, fine. Okay. Bye-bye. Continuing again now. So as far as the edit box is concerned, over here in the code, if you see that the parents and the set bounds of this specific edit box say that edit box parent is the form, right? So the form itself will be of the parent, so which is the owner, sorry, owner and parent both, right? So it will have, we will need to consider the origin with respect to the edit box. The form itself should be considered as the origin with respect to the edit box, because it's the owner and it's the parent of that, because the drawing part is dealt with the parent. So then 10 and 30 are the if you see the 10 and 30 are the x and y directions, and 250 is the x direction length of this edit box itself. This is what the edit box, which I have taken as a zoomed it over to explain you what this set bounds can do for this specific UI is concerned. And then we have the event methods. Event methods are like the Delphi programming is mostly event-oriented programming, where a given event, for example, add task is the button. If you click on that, and that's actually an event, and which will fire an on-click event, and we can have a logic written for that on-click event to handle that specific event. Then that's taken care of using the methods over here in Python, right? If you have this on-click button, then we are just assigning a method for that, and that method will be like adding that items into the list box. So let me just explain you the list box itself first of all. So as far as the code is concerned here, you see the task label, right? The label is the label over here. Enter your to-do task, right? And then it has the properties, which is parent and this text itself, and the edit box itself is already explained. And there's a buttons, 2 buttons, right? These 2 buttons are the add task and the delete task. So the text can be added directly as a property using the instance variable of the button, or you can utilize the set props method of any component and define its properties inside that set props method. You can do either way, and you have another variant of the set bounds, which is called as position property, using which you can set the position, and then the list box itself. List box is actually this one. If you see, this is a list box where each and every task is getting added to this list box. So we have empty list box at this point of time. List of tasks is the instance variable we have used to instantiate the list box, and then we have this methods to handle this buttons on click, add task buttons on click, and delete task buttons on click events. So when we add task, whatever we type into this edit box will be read, and that text will be read and added as an item into this list box, and then immediately we set that to empty so that we can add some other task later as and when we require. And then as we click on the delete task button, then the first element will get deleted. That's the logic we have used here. So that's where we have come up with this event methods, right? So now we shall optimize this UI UX design process using the Delphi ID's Visivic GUI designer. And for that, you can actually go ahead and download this Python GUI ebook bundle using this QR code, or even using this link, and get all the styles for the Delphi FMX and VCL, and every detail about how this Python Delphi ecosystem works, and how these packages came into existence, and what are the offerings that we have as a Python developer for you to develop the GUI applications using Python programming language. So this is what, and then we shall now go ahead and optimize this using the Delphi IDE. Let me just open the Delphi IDE now. And there we go. The IDE is opened. So now let's create a new project, which is a multi-device application, and blank application to get us started with the designing of our to-do GUI application. So the to-do GUI application here is we just take the reference from our code to actually design this GUI application itself. So for us, the form itself, the class of the form, the name of the class is here. If you see, the caption is the top, whatever we have, in the design. The GUI application is in the top right. That's the caption. So for that, we can change. And the name is the class name here for the form. And the bounds we have set are 100, 100, 700, 500, right? So 100, 100, those are actually height, and height and width are different, left and top, or else you can have the position. Position itself is a default. Okay, for the form it's different. For the form, you can actually set the left 100 and top 200, so that the bounds, and 700, 500 is height and width. So 700 is the width. Yeah, is that right? Exactly. Because if you see the GUI design itself, right? This is the 700 and this is the 5. This is the 700 and this is the 500. Right? The width is 700 and the height is 500. So form itself is set up. So now let us add the label and edit and button, right? Okay, fine. Let's go. Instead of setting it manually, we can look after the, okay, the both are, it's in under the label, edit is under the label and button is under the label. We should take them, their parent needs to be changed. Their parent is to do app the form itself. So I'm just moving to that. And then now we just need to change the names and their values, the text values. So the labels bounds, let's see first. The bounds are 10, 10, 150, 25. The labels height is 25 as far as our code-based design. We want to optimize that process using the GUI designer. Actually, this is a reverse process we should be following. Like we need to first go design this and then export it and then write the logic for this in this event methods. So that now what we are doing is we have first created the application using the code itself, and then we are designing it so that to optimize that process. So then labels height is the height is set and needs to be set for the width and the position. The width is 150 as it's there, 150, and the position, if you see, the position is the X and Y both are 10, 10 over there, right? So let's change that to 10, 10, and there you go. And the name itself for that, what we have given, task label. And after that task label, in the properties, the enter your to-do task is the text for that. the name is task LVL, which will get automatically, by default, the text gets the value of the name, but we can change that. There you go. That's it. So the name, the text is the text value to display, but the name is the instance variable name. To access that specific label in the code, we need to use that instance variable name. That's how we have instantiated the label using that task label variable, right? So that's a similar thing over here. But the point is that we are just doing that process over here, and we'll just export that, to the Python afterwards. So that we need to set the edit box now. Edit box has 1030 as its position. So let's just get this. Where is its position? 10 and 30. Is that perfect? Yeah, 1030. And then 250 and 20 are its length and width. 250 and 30. So the width is 250 and length is, or length or height is 30. That's perfect. But I think it's a little, we can just set it here, right? And we can set the button here, the add task and next button. Let us say, first of all, let's edit this button. The name of that button, first of all, what we have given the name, it is add task button, right? The name of that button is the add task button, and the text of that button is add task, and we just can copy and paste that same here into the to-do form and get it here. Under that, we can just have a little, because delete task, the delete spelling is little lengthier, right? So now if we go to this text property of the delete task button, we just need to change that to delete task, and the name of that is now what we have set in our code. Delete task button, right? Del task button. That's it. So the edit one doesn't change the name. Edit button have the name of task text box. Variable name, instance variable name. Task text box. And there we have it. And we need to have a list box, right? It's a list of tasks name. Let us get that from here, list box. And that is under the form itself. So something like this. We can directly change that width and height and position, the X and Y position values directly over here in the properties if you want to, by checking over here what are their bounds. But we can just design it by ourselves instead, right? So this is something, we have this list box, and I think we just need to have the instant event methods for this add task and delete task buttons. What you can do is after selecting this add task button, we can go to the event section of this object inspector, and you have this on click event. If you can even double click over here, or either you can double click on top of the button itself. Then you get a procedure created, which is equivalent to the method in our Python Python code, like we have this is the event method, right? So the event method, to make this event get exported from Delphi to the Python, you need to comment over here in this procedure, whatever gets created automatically. And let's create the same procedure, similar procedure for the delete task button also. And now what we can do is to export this whatever the design that we have created along with the event methods, so that we can write the logic for that event methods in the Python, because we can't export the runtime logic using this tools to whatever the tool that we have created, the Delphi for Python export. This is button export to Python, which we can use to export the Delphi design based implementation to the Python. For this option to appear in your Delphi IDE, first of all, you need to go to the Get It Package Manager and then download the Delphi, install the Delphi for Python export at first. See, this is the person is coming is to asking me to uninstall. As you guys didn't install it, the button will be to install it, and then as you install, the application gets restarted. So before going ahead to install, take time to save this project. So for that, let's go ahead and save project as, and in the Delphi UI UX, I will just save it here, and I have already saved it, so just I'm replacing it over there. Wherever you feel like to save it, you can save it, and then you can go ahead and do this process of installing the Delphi for Python exporter using this Get It Package Manager. And then as the application gets Delphi IDE gets restarted, you can open your project using this file and open project, and go to that project file which is .d project, whatever the name you would like to give that. At present, I'm just giving this project1.exe, which you can give the other names like the to-do application, to-do project.exe. And then you can go ahead and export it using this button. And we have two options here for you to export, which we have explained in detail in our ebook for you. But let me give you an overview. Export entire current project is an option to export the whole project when you have multiple windows in an application. For example, if you need to sign up for anything, then a pop-up appears to sign up, that fill that form, right? So similarly, we have multiple windows, then we can export the entire project. And export the selected forms is an option to actually export the selected windows that you want to get exported to the Python, because sometimes we might have many windows created and we don't want to export all of them. So these two options for your flexibility, and we can go ahead with this export selected forms, because we only have a single form here. But when we have multiple forms, you can go to the export entire project. And as you export, it asks to which forms do you want to export. And initialize code is what needs to be ticked, because that's what makes this specific application to have an initialization code, which is the main code, like it is over here, the main section, the main function, which we have explained in our slides. And then as you want to export it, just go ahead and choose the directory where you want to save that at first. I want to save it in the Delphi UI UX and folder, and create a new folder of Python export. So, or else D for P export. And inside that, let's just select that specific folder to get saved this specific form, so Python file, and export it. There you go, forms exported successfully. And if we go to that location where we have saved it, D4P export, and unit1.pas file is there here. Pause. You can see that unit1.py file gets created over here with the unit1.pyfmx file. So it is actually taking this .tas unit file as it's a Python file, and the same file name with the form file. The form file is what contains the data about the data about the drawing of that GUI, whatever it might be, like the information about where is this component, specific component placed, and the design data. So let's just open it over here, and let's go over, just refresh it, and in the D4P export, unit.py. So if you can see here, it is same code as this one. Means there's a little difference over here, like it is having the main function which gets fired over here, similar to over here, and the to-do app gets instantiated with the application. But instead of to-do app here, it is yeah, we have the to-do app only. To-do app is only the form's name, so to-do app gets instantiated and with the class of the to-do app, where in the initialization process, all that designing, whatever we have done over here, the setting up the label and setting the props, instantiating the label, instantiating the edit component button and all, and setting the properties and placing it, and giving the on-click methods, assigning to that as a property. All of that process is being implemented automatically for us in this export process, and we just need to get this logic to add task button and delete task buttons, so that our task of writing the logic will be finished. Let's just copy the logic from here for the add task button click event method, and similarly we can just get this delete task buttons logic from here, and there we have this, right? Oh no, sorry, let's copy it from here, right? And then now we can just because yeah, now we can just run it, and there you go, the same application, and we can just add the task 1 and add task, and oh no, list of task is unknown attribute. And okay, because our tasks, the list of tasks is what the instance name that we have added previously, and we have copied and pasted the same thing. But here we didn't have the list of tasks. We have this list box 1, which we didn't change the name of it when we are designing it. For other components, we have changed the instance variable names, but this list box is concerned, we didn't change the name of it from list box 1. So we need to update that to the list box 1, and the task text box is the same variable name, and list box 1 here again. And there I think is what now successfully will get. Let's save it and run it. There you go. Task 1 and add task. Yes, it gets added successfully. And the task 2, and oh sorry, the task 2 gets added, and task 3 gets added, and task 4 gets added, and as and when finishes, we just delete task, and task 2 gets finished, task 3 is finished, and task 4 is finished, and that's what the logic here, and there you go. The same code for we have implemented with the Delphi for Python exporter. There's logic for this same similar logic. Only thing is that we have this unit1.pyfmx file, which is the data or the information about the design, where you have this X position, Y positions, height and width, and other informations like on-click event, which event method needs to be called at that time. All that information gets embedded in this the pyfmx file, and we are just calling that pyfmx file by load props property of the the form itself, and we are loading that properties. Yeah, there you go. This is actually the optimization process that we are implementing for whatever the designing that we have done in a crude way earlier in this specific Python file. So in this way, we are just finished our task of designing and then optimizing it afterwards using this Delphi GUI designer. More complex applications will be created and explained to you in other sessions, like the music player and the tip calculator application, and also how we can actually use this Delphi FMX and other offerings like Python FMX Builder to create Android applications in other sessions. And thank you all for watching. Thank you. And hey Ian, bring up the questions. Let's answer them. Thank you.
Hey Ian, I like it. It's a pre-recorded video, and he knew I was coming up. Let me just get my camera on. Why am I not seeing myself? Nope. I'm not seeing my video. That's always a problem, isn't it? Okay. You know, they changed the streaming platform for us, and it's still not quite right, is it? Because I should be here, but I should be full size, and I'm not. So I'm not quite sure why that's going on. Spotlight. Okay. Producer Martha, do we know if I'm going out full screen? Because I do not see myself on the screen like I do normally. So I'm not on me. Okay. Yeah. That's a problem. Yeah. Sorry about this, everyone. Just 1 second whilst we try and make this work, because for some reason our streaming platform did something crazy, and now we cannot get up the screens that we used to get up. And so I'm stuck currently on a screen where I cannot see myself in any way, shape, or form. Just the small windows. Yep, I agree. Share a screen from your computer. No, I shouldn't need to do that. Sorry about this, everyone. What happened was our streaming platform that we've used for a very, very long time and not had a problem, today did the ultimate thing, which is they pushed a new version, a test version, to production. And if you're a developer, you know what that means. That means that they went ahead and did something stupid. And I am trying to see how we can make this work, and it does not seem to work. Well, what do we do about this? I am just... Okay, well, okay, so Priyatham, I understand you're in the background somewhere. Should we try and do a Q&A whilst we wait? You can turn your microphone on. You're muted at the moment.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm on.
A lot of positive feedback about the session. I'm not quite sure why we've had so many problems with this streaming platform. It's very odd.
Hello.
That's you again, Priyatham.
Yeah, I think it's replaying that, right?
Yeah. I mean, is this because... Turn this off. No, that doesn't do it.
Hello, everyone.
Nope.
I mean, that is fine. We can.
There you go.
There you go. You're back.
There you go. Okay. So I'm really sorry to all the people who are watching this, and particularly the people that are watching the video playback. Okay, we had a problem where the Restream platform they changed what we were using whilst we were using it, and it confused everybody because a load of buttons that we normally have to do the presentation mode and all the rest of it just vanished on us, and all of us were completely flummoxed. And also our preloaded videos that we have to load up because there's a way of streaming now out to you to the various platforms like Facebook and Twitch and all the rest of it, vanished. And we found them again. And Martha, our producer, is probably going to go and have to have a lay down somewhere now, I should think. Bad luck, Martha. But, you know, it's my job to be the host and power on through. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. So Priyatham, who was just in that last video, is with me. Hi, Priyatham.
Yeah. Hi, Ian.
Perfect. We can hear him. That's good. I saved some of the questions. We had a lot of people commenting on the various things. I think if we just take the first one, I'll show that on the bottom third. That should show up, which it is. Good. That's working well. See, not everything's broken. So the question was, is this license suitable for open source projects? How does it compare to the most common licenses, Apache, GPL, and MIT?
This project is actually MIT license, whatever we are working on. You actually can take it off and create your own, take on this Python package and create any of your GUI applications and without any issues. It doesn't, you have the rights to create any, products. We were thinking to roll out this design, like the feature of WYSIWYG GUI designer if possible. It's one of the plans in earlier times that to get it into the PyScripter IDE or else maybe the FMX builder itself, or else so that if you create some business-based applications, like you can have some license, like there is a Flutter, you have Flutter stuff, right? So similar to that, we were thinking to plan, but that's what we will come up with that plan. But as of now, the license is suitable to create any of the applications that you of your choice.
Perfect. So I think the answer is yes, it is just like all the others as well. I mean, as
GPL is something different. GPL is like maybe you need to actually make your application, yours application also open source, whatever you create. But MIT gives you that freedom to make yours application source code closed if you want, if you choose to.
Yeah, so you can use it, but you need to provide the library that is MIT registered, but you do not need to provide the source code for yours. And if you make amendments to the MIT covered library, then I believe you're supposed to supply the amended version. I'm not sure.
We're not lawyers, but the stuff is
exactly. We need, all I would say about this is what Eli said in his video earlier on. When our platform magically broke, which is that licenses change all the time. We're not lawyers. I'm a developer. Priyatham is a developer as well, and we kind of understand the stuff, but before you go and rely on any advice you've seen and anything that you've said, consult someone who actually understands a legal person and get their advice, because you can't count on us. I completely disclaim all responsibility. 90% of what I say is completely useless. So,
until and unless we actually give some licensed products. This is actually open source projects. So if we actually can take that responsibility of that licenses, until and unless we give something of licensed products of paying something for us, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks a lot to Mikhail Kozmin. We appreciate that. Here's another one. To Priyam, is Delphi FMX better for creating a canvas with animated images and drawing it based on exact coordinates? And I know there were some answers to this, but I should say
precisely, actually. Sure, but the point is that there is something called as Skia, which can be used to create animations at present using in the Delphi. But there is a Python port of that actually is present, which you can use. But if that is, which we are still in work in progress, which we might want to focus on it it's in our roadmap. If it is not working, that Python export hand in hand with the Delphi FMX Python package, then we might want to wrap that stuff as part of the Delphi FMX for you to create animations using the exported classes from the Skia through Delphi FMX. Maybe that's a kind of a three-way wrapping process. First of all, there's a Skia, which is actually used in wrapping for the sake of Delphi, and again wrapping it for the Delphi FMX is a kind of a three-way wrapping stuff. We are trying to kind of as we have this Python wrap of that Delphi FMX already available, maybe we can actually have that work hand in hand with the Delphi FMX Python package if possible. And if it's not working that way, then we might want to do it like this, because after all, we want to have that capability to create that animations smoothly using the Python package.
And I'm a very big fan of the Skia project, and Skia for Delphi project in particular, but Skia in general. And if nobody knows what Skia is, if you go to, I think it's skia.org, but if you want to read about the Skia for Delphi, then it's skiafordelphi.org. But it's used in Flutter, and it's used in all sorts of places to power 2D graphics. And it will play animations. If you're familiar with Telegram, and you open the Telegram app and you can do some Telegram animations, the thumbs up animation is quite a popular one. That's a Lottie animation.
Animojis.
And Skia allows you to play Lottie animations. It's a very, very powerful library. It's very fast. If you use it in Delphi, and it's used with FMX apps and VCO apps, it makes it go faster for FMX, but it also adds a load of capabilities. It does lots of SVGs. It does what's the word I'm looking for? Like the shader. So that's the word I'm looking for. So it can provide shaders, which are, if you've never seen one before, I can put a background behind me with a sea, a rippling sea with waves on me, and that could be done with a shader in one line of code, one line. So if you're not sure what Skia is, you should really get into it and find out. It's absolutely amazing. It's a Google project, but it's used.
And actually, we would like to bring that capability into the Python package, that the Delphi FMX itself, as and when it's possible, and how can we actually work hand in hand with that to make our applications support animations.
Yeah, and the follow-up question was, especially working with coordinates while zooming on a canvas proved to be very complicated in Tkinter. Tkinter is great. It's the de facto library, but like all things that are great, there's always some caveats and holdbacks, and Tkinter has a few of them. I've seen some great videos using Tkinter and explaining how it works, but Delphi FMX, we're biased. I work for Embarcadero, who sponsor this conference, and Delphi FMX comes from Embarcadero, and it's a project that Priyatham, you're team lead, aren't you? What's your actual title?
There are no roles actually. We both work.
Oh, okay. So you're one of the guys. Yeah, I get it. Okay, so I know Priyatham has been
Lucas actually have started working on it at first, and Jim is one of the persons who actually advocated for it. Starting, and then I joined it more than a year ago, and we are working on it from then.
So
thing
he's
is
being
that
very modest, everyone, because I would say that I deal with Priyatham quite a lot in all sorts of other ways to do with our Python GUI.org site, for example, and he works very hard. So we have different time zones, and we always seem to meet up, even though one of us should be asleep at some point. So there you go.
Yeah.
So
and as for the question itself is concerned, the tkinter scaling stuff, the FMX scaling is very kind of powerful. Even you have the components present in the application. As you scale the app itself, the GUI, then the components get scaled automatically. Using the FMX scaling, which we have that support in our Delphi FMX or Python 2, which we might want to give an examples as it were as and when it's possible.
Yeah. The Restream people are now panicking, and the support person saying, "Is everything okay?" Yes, you should panic. You messed us up there. These things happen. I mean, everybody that's watching on the stream, and I can see that some of you are still here. When people talk about don't push to production on Friday, because you should never go home and have a load of new changes out on your live system. Well, the other thing to say is don't push to production when people are using it. So that would be my other preferred option would be to, check nobody's actually using your product before you make some changes, because that's what happened to us. B. Venner says, can we get access to this video after this call? Yes, you can. We will have replays and download links for any example programs, and download links for all the slides for all the sessions.
We will be having a GitHub repo for something like that for the codes and all of the codes, right? Is it like that?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and how will we tell you about them? We'll tell you about them in the same way that we've got hold of you in the first place. So we'll probably send out some emails with the replay links and stuff like that. That normally happens automatically. We'll also make sure that we contact you on our social media networks and the other ways that we get in touch with people. And we'll probably do a blog post about it as well, because that's what we do. So if you go to blogs.embarcadero.com, we've got a load of blogs there, and we'll try and make sure that we've got an article just wrapping everything up and telling you where to find it. We know people don't always watch the live stream, that they tend to watch the replays. If you go to our YouTube channel, which is Embarcadero Technologies at YouTube, subscribe to that. We'll make sure a little bell rings when we upload new videos and things like that. It's should be fine, and you'll get notified. Sorry, again, the support person say, "Hey, is everything okay?" It is now. Okay, so I think we're reaching 2 minutes away. So, Priyatham, is there anything you want to wrap up with? You've got 2 minutes to say something impressive.
I have other 2 sessions also.
Oh, there you go. So
we have so many stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate
as
your
far
input.
As this UI.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is to anybody watching this, I as a presenter and a host, I know I've done webinars myself. A lot of effort goes into this. Every time you see a 30-minute or an hour-long video, that actually represents several hours of work by the presenters. They don't always mention this, but it's a lot of work to make sure that things are slick, they work properly and stuff like that. So I appreciate your time, Priyatham, with this. It's it's very good, and you help make these things go smoothly. So thanks for joining us. So our next session is coming up. I think we're just going to make sure that everything's working fine. I think it is. Is that right, Martha? I believe that she says yes. Cool. Yep. So our producer says we are now back working normally, and the support person is having a little bit of a nervous breakdown, so I'm going to ignore them. And we're going to go to the next session. And let's see if I can get it to the second. That would be very impressive, wouldn't it? The next session is called How Do I Deliver My Python Application? It is by Dion, and he will be coming up in just a moment. Thanks for joining with us, everybody. Don't forget the replays will be available later.
Welcome everyone to Python GUI 2023, and in this session we will see how do I deliver my Python application. So once I have a good Python solution, a good Python script, how can I deliver that to my customer or to my users? And who are speaking here are John Mai. I am Microsoft Chief Technologist. Microsoft is an outsourced company located in Brazil, and I am also an Embarcadero MVP and worked in many projects with Python as well as other programming languages. And a brief of that knowledge, of that experience dealing with many projects, I will bring to you here in this session, linked with Python, and showing you many cases of what is good or not good to use to deliver Python. So in this session we will see architecture options, right? What is the options that we have to deploy our Python application, as well as pros and cons with small samples in each architecture option. So what are the architecture options for us to deliver our Python script? Once we have a good Python script, we have created a model or some specific runtime that just needs some inputs to give to our user some experience or some value. Well, of course I will not show you all the architecture options. I will show the most common used in the industry, at least in my experience, right? But with these options, you're already able to put your script on production to deliver it to some users, right? So let's see what are the architecture options. First, we have web application. We can deliver our Python application as a web portal or a web static page, and users can go there, can authenticate there and use our Python solution. Other option is a desktop application. We can implement some ways to generate some executable file and deploy that executable file to many machines, many structures, and our user or customers can use that executable file to access our Python script or Python implementation. Of course, we will not be interested here. I think at least you will not interested as well in deliver your source code, even if you are working in a open source project. Many features of many open source projects are not all available to user manipulate, to user change that, right? You have only the most significant part available to user, but some parts are restricted even for Linux open source implementations. And when I say you desktop here, I not say you to just throw your scripts to a user, to a customer, to then to so they can run that. No, it's not these options. Is we build some executable file, some compilable executable, and our users will run that executable file, right? And we can deliver mobile applications as well. Well, mobile applications cannot be only scripts; they must have a compile build-up file, and that file must be put in some app store or Google Play Store, and our user will get the application from there, right? Other option is build an API. In this case, we will not delivering to some final user. We are delivering some software solution to other company, to other developer, use our solution as a SaaS, software as a service, or other model that we are interested in use it, but we can deliver as an API and don't have any linked visual interface to our solution, only a backend running in a server. And we have also the option with multi-platform. I will show you after some other explanations how can we use this option as well. So for web application, I know it's too cringe to put these animations, but I was born before the 80s, so I think I'm free to use these PowerPoint animations. Sorry, you have to watch this. So web application can be very useful once we have one single application can be used in many different devices. Of course, to use this single application in many platforms, maybe we have do some changes, right? But for the basic level is a good solution for publishing to many different kind of technology access that we can use by smartphones, by laptops, by desktops, by tablets, right? And the pros are it can run in many interfaces, okay, and can be a robust solution. So once we have built an web application, that application can be simply consumed by many users at once, and we have changed nothing for that. And the cost is require many knowledge, okay. For many web applications we have to deal with CSS, we have to deal with JavaScript, we have to deal with other technologies integrated with that web application, we have to deal with browsers as well. So we have many other technologies that we are required from us, will require knowledge from us to use that technologies, okay. And for Python, many of you maybe have already contact with Django. Okay, Django is a good solution to use for web application. Django is very robust. Django have embedded MVC and ORM. Okay, so it's a very complex solution. And Django has also a native database support. So it's a good solution for you to build your web application once you are thinking to build some robust solution, some solution with many maybe database support, maybe with many layers, as MVC will be natively implemented in Django. Maybe that will help you. And other solutions, but focusing more on lightweight solutions, are Flask. Many of you maybe already have learned about Flask as well. Flask is very lightweight, is very clean to use. In contrast with Django, Flask will come with minimalistic architecture, so it will not bring any other thing integrated with Flask. You will be able to put other solutions, other frameworks by your own choose, okay. You have to go there, install other solutions inside Flask if you want to use it. By default, Flask is very lightweight, and Flask is also very flexible. So if you think your solution will be at this time maybe lightweight, maybe small, and maybe grow with time, maybe for web application, Flask will be a good start. Once Flask also requires minimal knowledge, okay. You use Django, maybe you have to study more, you have to be more familiar with many other technologies, other design patterns, and with Flask you will not be necessarily worried with that, okay? And to the next architecture options, we have desktop. Yes, another animation. Desktop has the pros that they can run very fast, and for complex process, they run locally and can deliver a good response to our users, and can be very small if you choose the right things. They can run in one single executable many things, but executable will require us physical files. We have to update that physical files instead many machines at once when we release some updates. And if you are now only now deploying your system, think of many updates, many changes in your softwares. Of course, many new business logic will only appears when your final user are using your system. So you will necessarily need to update your solution many times in the start process, okay? So desktop is very good in fact of be small and run fast, but it can be very complicated when requires many updates. If you only use desktop solution, if you embedded your Python script inside some desktop application, I will show you some sample later in the session. And for desktop we have many options, but I will show what I most usually is with Delphi. Delphi, of course, is other programming language, but we used this combination in many projects, and it worked very well. We use since a couple of years now, and many projects are using this and work really fine. And Delphi has the advantage of being largely used for desktop applications. Delphi is simple as it can be. I can ensure you that Python is the most easy teach language that I have contact by now, but Delphi is really the next one. Okay, Delphi is very simple to learn, very simple to teach, and if you have not contact with any other programming language, Delphi will be very simple for you to use. And for me, this combination is very useful because of the simplicity. Okay, I can easily put some developer or a Delphi developer dealing with Python, or a Python developer dealing with Delphi with no more complex problem. This is not true when we are talking about CSS, JavaScript, Java, or C# or other programming language that require many more layers, many more knowledge, so you'll be able to write code and debug and so on. And other advantage is that Delphi is red. Okay, Delphi is focusing on rapid application development. And for me, working with many projects, this is the most important aspect of any solutions that my team delivers, is be fast, write fast application, write fast code, deliver many features. And when we are talking about other ideas, other desktop environments, maybe they will take you more time, they will not be so simple to deal with. And in my experience, Delphi is the best solution for that. Okay, so in desktop, I will not have any doubt to use Delphi to implement. I will show you a sample in the next slides. Okay, for mobile we can have a approach that mobile is largely used. Okay, we have many mobile devices around the world, and mobile is easy to grow because the deploy of mobile will be managed by the stores. So the Google Play Store, the Apple Store will manage the growth of that application for us. We'll only have to deal with some backend solution that we integrated in our application. But if your application it hard the application don't need any background application, but if our application are completed isolated, uh, it can grow automatically. We will not have to deal with any complexity. And the const is that we have to deal with many different platforms. So we have at least deal with iPhone and Android. We also have to deal with many different configurations and also with screen size. So configurations, we have many mobile operational systems. We have many Android versions online. We have many iOS versions online, and our application will must deal with all that different visual aspects, configuration, features, and if you are looking for growth for many different devices, maybe that can be a large problem for you. So think well, plan well, right? Uh, there is good pros in using mobile, but also these three aspects maybe will cost you a lot of effort to deal with. Okay, and for mobile, I'm not being repetitively here, but we also use a lot of Delphi with Python Mobile. I know there are many other solutions that we can deliver Python for mobile, but in my experience, all of that are very slow, requires constant internet connection that it is not good to use in mobile applications because our users usually don't have always internet available to them if they are inside some elevator, if they are moving between cities sometimes. The internet is not very good, and if our applications need constant access to a large amount of data in the internet, maybe that can be a problem. So in my experience, some process must be done offline in mobile applications, and Delphi work very well in that way. And other ideas to develop mobile for Python are not red, okay, are not focusing on rapid application development, and also generates very large applications. Delphi is a very considerable application size for mobile, but some tools that we use to generate mobile with Python that did not use Delphi generate sometimes 5 times larger applications with the same functionalities. And for mobile, that large application maybe can be a problem because sometimes the user will not be able to download it. User will be bothered because we are taking too much space on the device, on the backup with our application, and maybe it can be a downside of our application. Maybe users stop to using our application because of the size of the application, right? So for these and other options, I recommend you to use Delphi with Python for mobile, and I will show you also an example. Right? Israel can run both Android and iOS, and we can use even the same code base. Another option to deploy is we deploy some API. As I told you before, we can deploy the API focusing on deliver solutions to other developers, to other applications, and the pros that are easy to update. We have only update our backend. We will not have to update any front end, and the backend usually are in our hands. So it's very fast to change. It's very fast to maintain. APIs are easy to grow because we are not caring about the interfaces, the different shapes, the different size of screens, of usability. We only have to put our new server version online, and the developers will in the same time start to use this new feature, and will be by their own responsibility to put that to user use nah, put that use that function to user deal with usability, user interface, and all other aspects that maybe our application can require. Okay. The cons that maybe will be dependent on some cloud provider, and also to grow some API, maybe we have to take a lot of knowledge for us to grow. Okay, maybe some large backend API can took us many effort to maintain. Okay, and also API are not a single structure. We can have serverless architecture, and we can split our application in many server functions to many cloud providers is one option to deploy. And other two options are using or a monolith or microservices, right? There are not only one solution, there are not only one way to do this. Okay, serverless is respectively new, is very new compared to monolith or microservices, but serverless also has its own downsides. Even AWS, Amazon, the most large cloud provider of serverless functions that I know, even they have many showcases where the use of monolith are advantages instead of using serverless. Okay, so it's not that you only have to use serverless or only have to use monolith. You have to use what your project need. Okay, you have to choose the tool looking for your own project. It's not that simple that say only use serverless and serverless will solve all your problems. It's not simple as that. Okay, and for serverless we can have these three cloud providers provide native codification for Python, so we can write our serverless function directly in AWS, in Google Cloud Functions, or in Azure Functions. Okay, we just go there in their console provider, and we can write our source code directly in the cloud. And after that, just call our functions as a serverless. Okay, from as an API from any kind of client. And I will focus in showing on AWS here. Okay, but the same way, the same functionalities work for Google Cloud Provider as well as for Azure. And other options are using our monolith or microservices. In this case, we will have to update a executable file or many microservices in our cloud structure. And for that, we can use Fast API. Please notice here that we can also use Flask and Django here. Flask and Django are compatible to build up APIs, but I will not bring them here, but they also has this option. But Fast API will not be able to provide an web app application, okay? Fast API is focused on deliver some API in Python. We can have also a serverless framework here. Serverless framework is not serverless technology that we have seen before. It's just a framework with this name. And serverless framework can also provide microservices and some monolith structure. And who is coming here? Yes, the Delphi also can provide us to develop an API integrated with Python. I will show you an example of that as well, right? So for the last architecture option, we have multi-platform. Multi-platform have the cons, the pros of very easy to update because we have to deal only with on structure, on application, and all the platforms will receive immediately that version, that update. But has the cons is very hard to maintain because you have to deal with all the different aspects of all different platforms and only on single application, and that can be very hard. Okay, link it with what maybe you will need from an application. Using a multi-platform architecture can be very difficult. And for multi-platform, we can use Qt, but as I told you before, many other solutions Qt cannot provide. So you have to use it only for multi-platform, and if you have to deliver some API and some multi-platform, you have to use at least two different frameworks, okay? And with Delphi, we don't have that problem because we can also deliver an API, also deliver an executable file, and as well deliver some mobile application. And we have also Electron. We can use that with React, but Electron will also require you to learn React and JavaScript, but is a good tool as well. So let's code, and Jesus Christ, I asked Bing to generate some logo of Python with neon, and as you can see, it not go as planned. I'm not good with generated images. Right, go to the code I know. For web application with Django, I will not rewrite an example here because it will take us many time, and Django is very consolidated. I will just put the link here. You can download from GitHub or write this step by step provided by Django. Okay, very simple to create your first project and publish in your own machine. Django works better in Linux environment. So if you are going to start with it, consider starting already in Linux, right? If you are not using it. So it's very simple to use. Just go through this tutorial and you will be able to locate your web application locally, okay? And for Flask, the same. Flask, we have the tutorial here. Flask, I could find a good video for you, so it's even more simple than Django. That Django is a tutorial, and Flask here I find a video. Video is sometimes more simple to follow. Okay, and for the desktop application, okay, desktop, I will not be able to find any desktop good online, so I generate one for you. And we have here and Delphi for those who not know. And with these two guys here, we are able to run some Python code. And here I have my Python code. Of course, this is just a sample. I put it as a resource string here, but I can also put as a constant, a resource integrated with my exe file, and in runtime only extract and run that source code. And please just don't download the Python code from server to run locally, because that is mostly considered a security issue. Okay, so put all the Python code inside your application, and after that deploy it, not allow your application to download some Python code from some server. Maybe many antivirus or firewalls will block you if you try to do that. Okay, and all these features that usually a desktop application needs will be already implemented in Delphi. Don't have to worry with that. Lists, integrated dataset, and all these features are natively implemented in Delphi. All this visual, and also we have access to the red environment that I told you. We can just drag and drop components here, and our application will be able to grow in that way. Right? Is very productivity is very focused on productivity. Okay, and very simple to maintain as well, and will require you little knowledge of Delphi, because all you need is just call your Python engine. Okay, and find a way to show your data, your result to your user, right? So for desktop applications, very simple to use. All the sample will be in this GitHub, my link hub, my GitHub, and at the end of the presentation I'll put also the link there. Okay. And for mobile we have also Delphi sample here. Also is a template, a simple template. Okay, and mobile, as you can see, very simple to write. I can also run in Windows desktop application the same source code and try it before. After that, I just go here, choose the target platform, even then Android or iOS, and deploy to that platform. After that, I just have to configure here my profile, and I will be able to put this Android application or iOS application to iStore. Okay, and so it's very simple to use as well. And for Python, works exactly the same integration. I have just to put a Python input output in a Python engine. Of course, these two components are not native solution for Delphi. We need to install this Python for Delphi scripter, okay, provided by Embarcadero. This is free. Delphi is not free, but this component here is free, and we can install it through a manual in our Delphi and use it. Okay, and we can use it even in desktop as well as in mobile in the same way. And for the API sample, the first steps of Fast API, I will also leave it online for you, because it's very simple. It has many samples and very simple to use. Okay, and very simple to put it run locally. For Delphi will not have many samples online, but I have one separated for you here. Let me find it here. This sample use DataSnap, some Delphi technology to run backend applications, and uses just the same that we have used in the front-end applications. We have to put some Python input output and Python engine, and after that I have just to call this engine, and the engine will run will run my Python code. Okay, and for this, of course, I will not have some interface. Delphi only generates this web page application for me to test locally my API, and with that I can run here. Last time I have an error, but I can run other methods here as well, and we will work. My server is not running. It's running. No, it's not running. Okay, but it's very simple to use, very simple to deploy as well. We have just to update this uh, executable file in our server, and of course for production line is better to use some Apache or EAS to deploy any API. Okay, but for test or small environments we can use uh, this GUI interface here. Very simple. Okay, so this is sample with data snap, and of course that sample will also be in my GitHub, so you can go there, can check all the details. But the integration with Delphi and Python is always the same way. We have just to put these two components and link it, and put our script to them to run. Okay, always work the same way, even through data snap or through a desktop or a mobile application. And we also be able to use any other external libraries. Of course, we have to provide them to remote machines, or install them locally when we are using. Okay, but we will not have to use only native Python. We can import any package that you need, and it will work very well, very well. And at last but not least, the function sample are here. Also very simple to follow. Okay, and I can open the console and write my source code direct in the method handler. And after that, I just have to call that method handler as an API. So once I finish my work at my source, write my source code in the Lambda function is able to be called by any client as any demand that I needed. Okay, so Lambda function is very diffunded. I will not put many samples here because it's very easy to find many samples online. Okay, and of course you will not be able to use only AWS. I just put AWS here because it's more simple in my opinion, but you can use Azure function or good or Google Cloud functions. They are good and work very well. And the last is to talk about multi-platform. Okay, for multi-platform I only separate Delphi sample, and for that I will show you how complex multi-platform can be. In this sample here, we can have a simple look of how multi-platform can work. And as I told you, we can target many platforms here, but also we can go here in the visual structure and change the style of the application as well as change the view. So we can see as an Android 10 or an Android 3.5 and inches. Also, we can see as Google Glass if anyone are using as a Motorola. And so we can deal with many visual aspects, and Delphi will save different visual configurations for me and run each configuration in each platform automatically. So you will not need it to manage or generate some simple interface that will not provide all the features that some interface need. Okay, I can use some different interfaces adapted to each kind of view that I needed. And of course, all the same source base, so I will not have to change anything to build our application. We have just to generate some different executable files for each platform. Of course, we'll not run the same executable for each platform. Okay, we have to build for Android, we have to build for Windows, we have to build for each platform that we want to use. But this visual change, Delphi will manage automatically for us. So multi-platform are good because we can um, uh, save time on source code, but they can be very complex because once you are working with one interface, if you change something, you have to change for the other interfaces as well. So in my opinion, sometimes it's better to not use multi-platform solution and generate each solution for visual aspects and only unify code in backend. Okay, only in backend have the source code unified. But it's my experience for the projects that I work at, that solution worked very well. Maybe for your project, for your solution, this multi-platform solution works better. So I put it here as well. Okay. So just for the simple conclusions, consider fast deploy as possible, okay, because your application, your solution will change, business logics will be created, and you will have to update your application. So consider the fast deploy that you can, and automate tests because you will not have time every time to test all your applications. So all you can automate it. We have many solutions nowadays. We can even integrate with GPT and other LLMs to generate the test code for us. So you can even test your Delphi source code or generate test for your your Delphi code or your Python code. So this will generate the test automatically for you. So consider having some tests, okay, and deliver your application with less bugs is very important once you are starting a new solution, starting a new application. And if you want to learn more about GPT and LLMs inside codifications, we have other sessions in this event, the Python GUI 2023. You can just look at the schedule. You will find the other session that talks only about using LLMs on codification. Okay. Unify scripts as best as you can. Remember, much code is much bugs. More code is more bugs. Okay, in better English, more code is more bugs. So less code that you have, less bugs that you can have. And size and speeds matter. Okay, very large applications, very slow application are bad for the user, are bad for the customer. So consider optimize that, right? Think if your solution needs some more speed, if your size are very large, consider to clean it up to not be some generate some bad impression on your application, on your solution. Okay, so really thank you. All the samples, all the links, including this presentation, will be in this GitHub. We have the QR code for you to access. Here are my contacts. If you have any question or any doubt, you can contact me for any of these channels, and feel free to ask something or ask how you can deal with your project, I will be very happy to answer it. Okay, so thank you guys for watching, and maybe I'm here for answer some questions.
Well, that was fantastic. Dion is with us live, aren't you, Dion? I think. Well, have I caught him by surprise?
You listen to me?
Yes, I can hear you. There you go. We can't see you though, but you don't have to come on. It's only people like me that turn up on. Oh, there you go. Let's just see how we can make your camera appear. You're like that, but let's see if we can do. We've had so many problems on our little platform today. It's unbelievable. Let's see if we can just get you. Yeah. Let's see.
Screen is too small for both of you.
Yeah, it's probably me, isn't it? Well, we'll see. Well, okay. Well, I'll probably get rid of me in a moment, and we'll go from there. We've had problems with the streaming all day. The streaming platform pushed some changes, and we're all completely flummoxed by it. So that's the problem. Great presentation, Dion. I really appreciate it. And you're also coming back later. Well, I don't know whether you're going to come for the Q&A. You're going to be here later for the Q&A as well? Or?
Yes, I can. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. So you can't get enough of it. Dion will be back in just over an hour's time for another session for developing robust desktop applications that use Python, and then AI inside out later as well. So that's pretty cool. Very impressed with that. Let's see if we can one more go at trying to make this work. Why is that?
Yeah.
Both of them small now. There's spelling nothing, isn't it? Can we do that? What happens if we do this? No, you can't. You can't make it happen. Oh well, there you go. I don't know what to do. It's fine. Look, hey, let's have it like this. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I don't know what to say. I mean, they are. Let's see if we say thumbnails. Oh, okay.
You're handled. You're handled.
You know what? Let's just leave it like this. Why not? It's good. So I'm sorry, everybody. We had terrible problems with this platform. Okay, so I did pin a few messages. Patrick Pranata, he is an MVP, and he actually had some links there for the Python tools. Not actually directly associated with what you were talking about, but yeah, it is there. I've actually done this as well. And there's one for pythongui.org as well, which is a site that we sponsor. I'm actually the editor of that, and there's some various things come up on there. And someone asked about Code with Harry. The reason I just want to mention him for a second is Code with Harry he's a Python coder, very, very good one, very popular streamer. And he did do some promotional stuff for us. I think he promoted this conference. And boy, did he get a lot of people registering. It was thousands. It was very, very effective. So Code with Harry, I don't know if you're around. I suspect you're not. But thanks very much for your input. We really appreciate it. It was remarkably effective. That's good. Okay. And also, you'll be pleased to hear that no one less than Albert Einstein watched your presentation. There you go. I thought that was
very
funny.
impressive.
I thought, hey, he's come back from the dead. So there you go. Bless him. Yeah. But I guess a theory of relativity. He's not actually dead. He's time traveling or something. So, yeah, it's good. And there weren't any specific questions, but the other one was someone saying C++ is faster than Python. You know, okay, yes, I said this during the keynote that C++ is faster. Yes, but actually the point of your presentation was that you can use Delphi and Python together and get the best of both worlds, because Delphi is very fast. Under many conditions, Delphi is as fast as C++. Not always, but many conditions. And C++ is always going to be, you know, the thing that is the super rocket to the stars. But you know,
I love C++. Ian, I also am a C++ builder MVP. I work with C++ in many projects. But like we always say when we are choosing between C++ and Python, try to write a complex number in C++. You have to
Right.
put many other packages to be able to do it, and in Python is just native. So each language has its own good features, but as you told you, Delphi is very close to Python. It's very fast and less complex than C++. So in
Yeah,
many
yeah.
projects we use.
Yeah, I also edit learnc++.org, and I can say that some of the examples there are quite mind-bending. You look at them like, okay, that looks very complicated because I could do that in Delphi in 3 lines of code. You know, it's always the way. I mean, you know, I think C++ is rightly popular. It's hugely popular, but let's not pretend it's easy to learn because it isn't. And it's the same with you know, a lot of these languages. Even C# can be actually quite complicated. You can do cool things quite quickly with it, but after you get into it for a while, when you have lots of async procedures and things like that, it can be complicated. Delphi is pretty much easy all the time until you want to do some very tricky stuff, and then it's like any language, you know, once you get to that. And Bobby says that he or she, I don't know whether what gender you are, or even if you choose to have a gender. Hello, I'm a Delphi dev since February this year. Well done, Bobby. You know, I mean, Dion, you're from Brazil, is that right? Are you Brazilian, or where's you
Yes,
come
I'm
from?
Brazilian.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether people know this watching this stream or watching the replay when you do come back, but Brazil is like an explosion of Delphi people. There are so many people out there, and it's a very active community. I actually joined the Telegram group for the Delphi developers, and I paid for the pro version of Telegram because it translates Brazilian Portuguese into English, so I can read the comments. And there's some really cool comments there, you know. It's
Yes, it's very active here, the Delphi community, and Python is growing as well, Ian. It's
yeah,
very small compared to other countries, but Python is also growing here in Brazil.
yeah, and I think this conference over the 2 days is going to demonstrate that the two have got a lot of, you know, interlocking parts. But Python is extremely popular, and rightly so. It's used in so many different environments, and part of what we're trying to do is show how you can do GUIs with the tools, and a lot of free tools out there, but also what you showed as well with the multi-platform stuff, which is Delphi's, you know, massive strength really, and stuff like that. It's very, very, very interesting. How are we doing for time? Oh, we've got plenty of time, so there you go. One of the things that Martha asked me to do, Martha, I'm going to try this, but we have a new feature. Let's see if it works, because every new feature we've used so far has immediately stopped working. So there is an ebook. There you go. There's a QR code in the top there. Is it that way? I think it might be up that way, but there's a QR code. That's the one. See, you've got it. You're a pro. And if you scan that QR code, then you get the ebook, which tells you all about all the Python tools and things like that. What happens if I click another one? Oh, they replace each other. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So if you want to scan this, and you can go to Rad Studio and learn more about Rad Studio. And also, I won't do all of these, but there's one for Delphi FMX as well, which is most popular kind of thing for what's going on. Very cool. Yeah, very good. Yeah. Oh, see, you've done this before. Yeah, you're going to be on one of those game shows soon where you just, you know, you want to speak. Yeah, it's very good. So, is there anything that you? So it says someone scanned the QR code as well. Oh, you can get feedback from it. There you go. We'll put it up again just in case, because if someone's scanning it, well. Yeah. So, were there any other points that you wanted to raise that you particularly sort of thought might come up? A lot of the chats are basically just saying, "Oh, I like Delphi," and "Hey, Python this," and you know, Bobby again says, "Thanks. I actually like Delphi. I'm from Germany, and I don't know any other company of mine that works with Delphi." Oh, there are plenty out there. We can actually put you in touch with some people in Germany. There are some German MVPs out there. And every time someone scans that QR code, it tells me that's very cool. That's very cool. I like that. I don't even know how they do that, but there you go. But they miss IntelliSense code completion for Visual Studio. I've got some great news for you, Bobby. That is code completion, or basically, if you use Delphi and use RAD Studio, it will come up and it will offer you exactly the same things as IntelliSense. It's just code completion. It's offering you the parameters and the methods of objects and things like that. So the good news is, Bobby, it's in RAD Studio. You're good to go. So that will help you out. And surprised to find that Delphi is missing IntelliSense. No, it's not. It's definitely not missing IntelliSense. I don't know why people say that. It's VS Codes gives. See, now I'm going to show that so that we can just talk about it. They're saying that it's VS Code gives it away to any language. Actually, JBoss, there is a language server process for RAD Studio as well. So LSP exists in RAD Studio as long as you're using RAD Studio 11. And if you download the community version, which I've actually put the ticker here, I can bring this across the bottom. You can go to, if you haven't got a copy of RAD Studio, go to the link that we see there, and you can download a free starter version of RAD Studio. And in fact, I think even probably this QR code here will take you there as well. So I'm sure plenty of people will get what they need. But LSP is built into RAD Studio 11, which is the current version, and 11.3 is the community version as well. So I don't know why you're saying I miss it. It's there. It's in the product. So it's
Ian, I love VS Code. It's a very good tool in my opinion as well. But Delphi for build for rapid application development is just out of record. You can even compare, you can even measure the speed that you can gain with Delphi. So I love Visual Code. I use in many projects, but it's not even comparable with what Delphi can bring us, can deliver to us.
Yeah, I mean, I use VS Code as well for some things. As I said at the start in the keynote, I am a developer. I wake up every day and write code. And if you are a developer that's doing a lot of different projects like I am, eventually you are going to come across a situation where you will use VS Code, because VS Code is just too convenient for some things. I actually used to use it for Markdown, but I use, I can't remember the name of the Markdown tool now. Obsidian. I use Obsidian for Markdown now. But VS Code does a preview of that as well. And if I'm editing big SQL file scripts that I do quite often, I sometimes edit many megabytes of SQL script, then I use Ultra Edit, which is an ideal product as well. But I mean, you can't possibly, as a developer, you can't say, oh, I only use this and that's the only thing, because everything, I don't care what anybody says, there's always some kind of situation where there's a gap, and I think that's true of any language, RAD Studio just as anywhere else. But I take your point about the rapid application development. That's the name of the product, RAD Studio, and it really is. It goes click, 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 click. There's an application ready to go, and you write a little bit of code, because that's the ethos, that's the thinking behind RAD Studio, is that you drop components on of ready-made building blocks of code, not like Sketch or some of those other languages where you drop on things and you can't do anything. No, it's slightly different. But if you want to do an app with a calendar in it, you can pick from about 50 different types of calendar, most of them free or some of them very cheap. So, it's the product to go for. How are we doing for time? Oh, we got 2 minutes left. Very productive platform. Okay, I agree. RAD Studio is levels above what VS Code can offer. Well, JBoss, you said that, not me, but I do agree. Well, I'm the developer advocate, so I'm going to say that. It is a very productive platform. And, someone's saying, I use VS Code as my merge conflict resolve tool in Delphi. Well, it depends on your Git tool. I use GitHub Desktop, and you can resolve it in there. I know other people use all sorts of tools, GitLab, and what's the other one? Oh, Holger Flick, Dr. Holger Flick. He's a MVP. He's going to kill me because I know he's a spokesperson for one of the other tools, GitLab. And I don't think. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you can do a lot of resolution of these things. It's cool. Okay, well, we're nearly at the top of the hour. We've discovered that QR codes are cool, and your presentation was brilliant, Dion. You're going to be back. I think Eli's presentation is next, and then you're back in an hour's time for developing a robust application that uses Python. And that's got there'll be a Q&A for that, I'm guessing, and then AI inside out, which I'm looking forward to seeing as well. So it's going to be quite interesting. But sorry there weren't more questions, but on the replays we get 500 times as many people as we do live, so it's cool. So I'll speak to you later. Arthur, are we ready to go? I think we are. Yep, on the hour.
Hey, welcome everyone to Python GUI Apps Con 2023. We'll be starting the session here. This session is on Delphi FMX and AI, a recipe for success, unleashing AI in cross-platform GUI development with Delphi FMX. I am Eli M. with FMXexpress.com. I've been a developer for over 26 years. I deliver content and technology that has reached over 250 million people worldwide, including 4 million developers, and I'm the webmaster of FMXexpress.com. Today's agenda, we're going to look at the origins of Delphi FMX. Where did it come from? We're going to look at what some of the features are, what is the anatomy of a Delphi FMX application, how can we add styling to a Delphi FMX application, where to get a free ebook with a bunch of help information about Delphi FMX, and 15 free styles for Delphi FMX, and what some of those styles are available for Delphi FMX. After that, we're going to look at what is OpenAI.com, and we're going to build a ChatGPT application using ChatGPT, and it's going to have a Python GUI interface. We're going to look at that API call, and we're going to look at the final application and run it, and maybe test it a little bit in PyScripter. After that, we're going to look at what is replicate.com and what is stable diffusion. And then we're going to look at, and so part of that, we're going to see how to build a stable diffusion type application using Python with a GUI, and we're going to use ChatGPT to do that as well. We're going to look at the replicate API and some more information, and we'll check it out in PyScripter as well. And finally, we're going to find more about replicate.com and can it do large language models like Vicuna 13b, and then we're going to build a application with ChatGPT using Python GUI to access the Vicuna 13b model on replicate.com. We're going to look at that API call, and then finally we'll look at that application and the source code as well. So let's get started. What are the origins of Delphi FMX for Python? Well, Delphi FMX, it comes from the FireMonkey library, which is found in Delphi and Rad Studio. And so Delphi FMX is the Python package that wraps up that library to makes it available to Python. And FireMonkey is a cross-platform framework for Android, iOS, Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. FireMonkey has a number of rendering targets, including OpenGL, Metal, OpenGL ES, GDI+, and GTK, depending on the platform that's running on. There's even a library which allows you to render FireMonkey apps via Skia. And then FireMonkey applications also have a visual designer in Delphi, and which is also part of Rad Studio. So all of that is kind of the origins of Delphi FMX, and so that's packaged up as a Python package, and you get all of that except for iOS. There's no iOS support in Delphi FMX, but the original FireMonkey application does support iOS. What are some of the features of Delphi FMX? As I just said, it works on Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and Android. It's customizable, offers flexibility and control over GUI design. There's over 124 components. There's 18 different layout options, and there's a visual designer. You can design the apps in Rad Studio and then export the forms for use in your Python applications. It's GPU accelerated for smoother graphics, and there's an active community with extensive online resources and community around FireMonkey and the Delphi FMX library. So this is the ecosystem, the Embarcadero Python ecosystem, and this shows where Delphi FMX fits in that ecosystem. So Embarcadero sponsors PyScripter, which is a Python IDE, and then there's also the Delphi FMX, which is the cross-platform wrapper around FireMonkey, and there's also the Delphi VCL Python package, which is a wrapper around the Delphi VCL library for Windows 32 and Windows 64. And you can export forms using the D4P exporter to use in Delphi FMX. There's also an FMX app builder, which allows you to build the Android applications using the Delphi FMX library. And then on the Delphi side, you can access Python using Python for Delphi, and you get access to all the Python libraries and things through Python for Delphi. And Delphi uses Object Pascal language, and then on a second part of Rad Studio is C++ Builder. So how can we install the Delphi FMX package? It's pretty simple. It's just pip install Delphi FMX, and then you can start using in your applications by adding from Delphi FMX import star at the top. And so here is the GitHub repo for the Delphi FMX for Python library. And so we can scroll down and see some of the information about it here, how to install it, what it supports, the Conda support, the VENV support, and some links to other things, licensing and stuff like that. And then also there is the samples. Here you can go in and you can see the hello world, password generator, other simple to-do lists, things like that. We scroll down here, we can see some screenshots of those forms that Delphi FMX allows you to edit. So these are all Python applications. So we can close that up, and then let's move on. What does a hello world look like in Delphi FMX? So first you import it at the top with from Delphi FMX import star, and then you can initialize your application, add a title, set some properties, show the form, and then you application run, and after that you applicate app destroy. So this is the most simple basic version of it, and we'll get into another version of it later that's more structured, which is here. Here's the anatomy of a Delphi FMX application. So we have their import section, which we just talked about, and then we can have a class section where, in this case, we have a hello form, and there's an init, and inside that init, we do the set properties, and we start creating the various components that will be visible on the form. So in this case, there's a label, there's a button, and then there's, as we can see, there's an on-show event, and then a button click event as well. So those are both defined. You can see both of those there. And then finally, there's the main section where we have the main, and then it does what we just looked at above, which was the application init. We set the title of the main form, we show the form, and then we complete the application. So you can see all those samples there. We looked at the samples already in the repo. And so here is all of the different components you get access to in Delphi FMX. So there's a panel, there's a callout panel, label button, speed button, checkboxes, radio buttons, group box, status bar, toolbar, splitters, progress bars, switches, scroll bars, animated any indicator. There's an arc dial. There's an image control. There's multiple image controls actually. There's different edit boxes. There's a memo box, and there's list boxes and list view. Tab controls, multi-view. There's an open dialog which pops up a open form to open select files. There's different shapes you can use: line, rectangle. I like to use rectangle a lot. Arc, pie, circle, ellipse. There's different color pickers, and then there's different layout. There's a layout which is kind of just a standard invisible box that you can use to help you design your forms. There's scaled layout, there's scroll boxes, vertical scroll boxes, there's grid layouts, grid panel layout, that's one I use a lot. Different scroll boxes. Then there's forms and frames. There's menus, which is the standard Windows style menu that you would get at the top of an application. There's different grids and some other different things which are kind of unique to this framework. And so let's move on here. So how can we add styling to a Python GUI application that's built with Delphi FMX? So creating a GUI application with Delphi FMX for Python uses the default FMX style for the operating system that you're working on. We can load any other style using the style manager. And so you can get the styles from this link and also an ebook that provides more information about Delphi FMX. And so once you get those styles, you can load them. You just add in the right below the init in your application. You create a style manager there, and then you set the style from file. In this case, we use the air style. And so here is that ebook. So I'm going to go ahead and click that ebook just to show you this is the form where you go and you can download the ebook and you get the styles. There's styles for Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL as well. And so then we're going to move on a little bit to here. And so here are the styles that I just talked about. I think this one in the bottom left corner here is the air style, but all these are the Delphi FMX styles which are available to you when you get that ebook. And so actually I have the ebook open here. And so I'm going to scroll up here to the top. So here's the ebook. And so we can look at the table of contents, who should read this book, a timeline for Delphi and Python, what the DNA of it, the Delphi VCL and FireMonkey libraries. And so then it has, this is the simple application, which we just talked about. And so here's the VCL version of it. Very similar, except the VCL is just for Windows, and then the FireMonkey is the cross-platform version. So we can scroll through here a little bit and see some of this. So here's a more expansive version, which we also looked at the anatomy as well. And so here's the VCL to-do app. We're going to skip that. But we can go down here to the to-do application. All right, so here's the to-do application for FireMonkey, or the Delphi FMX side. And so you can see we've got a caption. This sets the caption of the form. We have a label. We have an edit box, a button, list box, click event, and that's basically a to-do application. So I'm going to scroll down here and see if there's any other interesting stuff. Okay, so this is good stuff here. You can see kind of how the layout would happen. You can have layouts and panels that you have other controls nested inside of, and so you can hide those layouts and panels, and that hides all the controls that are contained within it. So it's kind of a nice architecture. This talks about VCL styles, and then this is what you end up in a VCL style. That's the glow style, I believe. And then it lists, these are all the Windows ones, different Windows ones. So click through those. Let's see if we can get to the Delphi FMX section. All right, so here's the Delphi FMX styles. And so this one does a little bit different than the way I did it. This one actually loads up the OS import, and then it uses that to get the path to set the style location. And so here's an example of that application. And then there's the various different styles again. We looked at all of them together. Here they all. So here's air. That's the one I like to use. And then this is a larger version of that one slide we already looked at. So I like a lot of different of these. They look pretty nice. And then at the end there's a summary here at the bottom. And so let's switch back over here to our slideshow. Okay, moving on to the next slide. What is OpenAI.com? So OpenAI.com, if you haven't heard about it, it's kind of been taking the world by storm with its Chat GPT application. It has a couple different models. It has GPT-4, which is the most recent one at the time of this session. And then there's GPT 3.5, 3.5 Turbo, and things like that. And so OpenAI, they provide the model that allows you to ask questions, and or the model will also write code for you. So that's kind of what this session is about, is getting OpenAI's ChatGPT to write some Python applications for us. And so you need an API key for that to work out. And so here in the platform, openai.com, they have an account and API key, and you can go there and generate your API key or request. If you don't have access to the API, you can also request it, I believe, there to get access to the API if you don't have it yet. So how can we build a ChatGPT app with a Python GUI interface using ChatGPT? So we're going to build an application that uses the ChatGPT application API interface using ChatGPT. So this was my sample prompt that I created. You are the best 10x programmer and developer in the world in all programming languages. I'm not sure how effective it is. I read it somewhere that it was effective, and it does reference some of this stuff when you ask the question, so I believe that it could be useful there, so that's why I include that in the prompt. Create a, or I may not, I'm not sure. Create a Python app using Delphi FMX Python library that runs an API call via OpenAI's API to generate text response and display it in the Delphi FMX Python app. The Delphi FMX library is based on the object Pascal Delphi FMX library, code only and no explanation. So the goal there is for it just to spit out code and not an explanation of that code itself. And then what I do is I provided an example of an OpenAI API call, and I put that example in there. And then I provided an example of the Delphi FMX app format. So I put the Hello World app or another app, some sample code in there, and see what it comes up with. So I set that all up, and here is the example of the OpenAI API call in Python. You have to import the OpenAI package, and then you can call ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo with this command. And so here's the source code for the application. I have it over in GitHub, and so in order to run it, you need to do these 2 pip installs, and then there's the source code for the application. So we're going to move on to the next slide here. And so here we have it running in PyScripter. And so I ran the application. You can see it here, and here's the response that it received. So this is the error style that you can see here running in this Python application through Delphi FMX. And so you can see some of the code here. And we'll launch PyScripter here in a minute and run it from there. So I can click here. So if you don't have PyScripter yet, you can download it from here on the Embarcadero website. It's free. I'm going to switch over to PyScripter. And so here we are in the ChatGPT application. So you can see at the top we have our style manager. It creates a style using the air style. And we set some properties, including the caption of the form. We create a layout, a label, and edit a button, a memo. We set the size, height and width of the form, and then that gets set in the show event. And at the end, it frees up the form. And so here's also the button. So this is the button click that actually launches the OpenAI API call and takes that response and it places it into the memo control. So I'm going to go ahead and then run this. And so here is our application, and I'm going to click generate. And so this is going to make the API call out to OpenAI's API and get a response from ChatGPT. And this is through the GPT 3.5 Turbo. And so there we have it. Embarcadero Delphi is a object-oriented programming language and IDE for Windows that was first released in 1995. Okay, so that was our ChatGPT application. So I'm going to switch back over here to our slideshow. And we'll move on to the next section. So what is replicate.com and Stable Diffusion? So Replicate allows you to run models in the cloud. So machine learning can be difficult and complex, and they try to make it so that it's not. And so one way they do that is they have all the models loaded up on the cloud, and then you can access them via an API instead of having to do all the work yourself to get that all set up. They also let you to run the models locally. So they have a tool called Cog, and then they also provide you with Docker images that you can run the models locally if you'd like to do that. So they have lots of different models. They have diffusion models for images. They have image editing models. So I like GFPGAN a lot. I like CodeFormer. I use Stable Diffusion model. They also have control net models. So There's also control net scribble. I like that one. I use that one as well. Image restoration, machine learning makeovers, and super resolution. Lots of people use super resolution. I like Swin2SR. That's one of the ones that I use. So, and then you can go to replicate.com. They have an explore page where you can scroll through all of the models that they have available and see more than what I've just had on my slide. So these are popular ones: GFPCAN and control net scribble. And so here's some of the latest models that other people. So they have hosted models from that they have posted, and you can also post your own and access ones that other people have posted as well. Okay, so when you go in, you'll need an API token for this as well. And so where can I get the API.com key? So here's the link, and there's the page. You go there, you grab your key, and get started. So how can we build a stable diffusion app with a Python GUI interface using ChatGPT? So this is very similar to the ChatGPT version of the application that we built, except for in this instance, it's going to the replicate API, and it's going to pull down an image instead of just text. So this is the prompt that I use, and again, it's very similar to the previous one we did. You are the best 10x programmer and developer in the world in all programming languages. Create a Python app using the Delphi FMX Python library that runs an API call via replicates API to generate a stable diffusion image and display it in the Delphi FMX Python app. The Delphi FMX library is based on the object path called Delphi FMX library, code only and no explanation. So then I provide the sample API call in Python from replicate. I put that in the prompt as well so that ChatGPT knows for sure how to do that kind of API call. And then I provide the sample application from Delphi FMX also in the prompt. So I combine all that together and I send that to ChatGPT, and hopefully it spits out something useful. So here's the example of the replicate API call in Python. You have to import replicate, and then you just run it. And so in this case, what we're doing here is this is the stability AI, stable diffusion ID for the model that's hosted on replicate's system. So we pass that in as one of the parameters. That's the version of it. And we pass in the prompt that we want it to run. And so here is the application that was built using ChatGPT. The source code is here on GitHub. And so you need to pip install Delphi FMX, and you need to pip install replicate. And so there it is, and we'll dig into the code here in a little bit. So we're going to move on to the next slide. And so here is the application running. This is in PyScripter. You can see the application, and you can see we ran generate, and it generated this image. So you can download PyScripter if you don't have it, again, just like the previous slide. And then I'll switch over here to PyScripter and select the Stable Diffusion application, and we can walk through that a little bit. So we have at the very top, which is above here, is where I define the API key. You need that API key to run the application. Again, we create with Style Manager, select the style from the file. Right here, we set the properties of the caption. We have the on-show and the on-close events, and those go down here. This sets the height and the width, and this frees up the form. So again, it's very similar to the chat application. It loads up the layout, it loads up a label, it loads up an edit, a button, and an image control. And that image control is where we will load the image that comes back from the API. So we go down here to the button click. Inside the button click, we run the API call. And so this version is very simple. So it's just doing an asynchronous call. So the application will freeze while it waits for the response. They do also offer an example of an asynchronous call where you could add a progress bar or something like that so the application isn't frozen up. But just for the demo purposes, we're just using the synchronous call. We run the call. We have some other things here. We have a negative prompt. There's other prompts that you can go on replicate.com, see what the other properties are that you can send to the input and get different things like the size and the width of the image that you would like to generate. And then finally we save the file out, and then we load it into the image control. And here's the rest of the main application where it runs. So we can go ahead and run that and see how that works out. So here it is. We have our application styled with the air .style, and so this is hooked up to Stable Diffusion, and via the Replicate API, we're going to go ahead and click Generate here, and hopefully it's going to load up pretty quickly. And there you go. We just generated that image live from Stable Diffusion, and so there it is. So we're going to click back to our slideshow now and move on to the next slide. So can Replicate.com also do LLMs like Vicuna 13b? So LLM stands for Large Language Model, which is what GPT-4 and GPT 3.5 are. So those are controlled by OpenAI.com, and then in this case, Vicuna 13b is available from some other provider, some other third-party provider, and it's hosted on as one site because Replicate hosts models, different models. They host Vicuna 13b. So Vicuna 13b is supposed to be pretty good at doing answers as well. Replicate.com, they host thousands of models ready to use. Their community of machine learning hackers have shared all those models for you on their site. So here's a list, some of those models. Vicuna 13b is one of them. They also have Dolly. They also have OpenAssist model, Flan T5, some other ones there, Llama 7b, things like that. So how can we build an LLM app with Vicuna 13b using Python GUI interface built in ChatGPT? So this is very similar to the OpenAI application that we built for ChatGPT, but in this case, Vicuna 13b is not part of OpenAI. You can run it separately. You can run it locally, or any other model that you wanted to run off of Replicate.com. So you can run it on your own GPU if you have a GPU that can handle that. You would be able to load up the Docker image on your machine, and you would be able to connect this app to the Docker image instead of to the remote API. In which case, you would be using your own hardware, and you wouldn't be paying any API fees. So here is the prompt, very similar to the previous ones. So OpenAI.com actually came out with a prompt blog about how to write a good prompt. So I see here that I wrote ChatGPT prompt, but in this case, all right, so this is for ChatGPT. We're going to create the application using ChatGPT, and so we wrote, as before, you are the best 10x programmer and developer in the world in all programming languages. Create a Python app using the Delphi FMX Python library and runs an API call via Replicate's API to generate text response and display it in the Delphi FMX Python app. The Delphi FMX library is based on the Open Pascal Delphi FMX library code only and no explanation. So then I include the Replicate API call, which is slightly different because we're going to make a call for a text instead of a call for an image. And then we also provide that Delphi FMX Python sample, and this all goes in the ChatGPT prompt, and then ChatGPT does what it does and sends us back a response. So here's that example Replicate API call, and so we import from Replicate, and so as you can see, this goes to a model, the Vicuna 13b version, and there is the prompt that we're going to send it. And so we can click out to GitHub and see that source code available online. So all these source codes are with the MIT license. So you do pip install Delphi FMX, and as before, just to the previous one, we do pip install Replicate, and those are the two that it needs to run. Move on to the next slide. And so here we have it open in PyScripter again. And so PyScripter also supports debugging and things like that. You've got the Code Explorer over there, which is nice. And so you can see that in this case, we have our Vicuna 13b form, and we load it up, and it runs and gets this response. So I'm going to scope out of here and go over to PyScripter and go to the Vicuna app. So I'm going to go ahead and run the Vicuna application, and then maybe walk through a little bit. So here's the Vicuna application. So I'm not going to run this in the scope of this session. So Replicate has a thing where if some models they're not loaded by default, and so they can take 3 to 5 minutes for them to cold boot and load up into cache or something like that. And so then it takes 3 to 5 minutes for it to initially load, and then if you continue using it, then it will be fast and have immediate responses after that. So I'm not going to run this right now because this one I believe would have to cold boot if I did go ahead and click generate here. But we can walk through the source code here. Again, this is very similar to the other two that we built. We have our style manager at the top. Now, ChatGPT did not add this style manager section when it created the application. I manually added this at the top, and they also had to massage some of this code down here as well. So again, we set the properties, the caption, on show, on close. We have our layout, label, edit, button, and memo. And we do this, our replicate run against the Vicuna 13B. And there's some things like temperature that you can set. And then it comes back with, and we concatenate all of those responses onto the memo control, and then it runs. So switching back to our slideshow. So here we go. Here is a roundup of all the links that we talked about in this session. We have the link there at the top for Delphi FMX for Python. We have the Delphi FMX for Python repo on GitHub, where you can get the source code or build it yourself if you need to. So you would need Embarcadero Delphi in order to build that source code. We have the link to the ebook and the 15 plus styles for Delphi FMX. You can get that. And there's the link to the API reference for OpenAI. So if you want to access other APIs or find out what else you can do with their API, you can go to that documentation there. And so we have the link to the ChatGPT client that I built using ChatGPT and Delphi FMX, and that's the repo for that. We have the replicate API, so you can go there and get the documentation for the Python documentation for replicate. And so they have samples there for asynchronous calls, and you'd probably want to use that in a real world application, because then the user would be able to look at a nice progress bar and not just a frozen application. And finally, we have the Python GUI stable diffusion client that we built using ChatGPT and Delphi FMX. There's the repo for that. And then we have the repo for the Python GUI Vicuna 13B client and the repo for that. So what's cool about the replicate is you can just swap out that version of Vicuna 13B, and you can slot in Stable Diffusion ML or one of the other models that they host, and you're instantly switched over to that. So it's really nice from my perspective that you can access a bunch of different models, or on the Stable Diffusion side, you can swap out Edge of Realism or any of the other models that they host, or you can actually create your own models and host them there as well. So that, I think it makes it really versatile, that you can use different models all with the same API. That's really nice. And then the fact that you can take those models if you want and run them locally if you need to using Docker, that really makes it a nice combination that I've seen. All right, so here we go. That's we can close out on this session. Thank you for watching, and thank you for joining our sessions here at at Python GUI Apps Con 2023. Thanks.
Well, there you go. That was a really excellent presentation. Eli is, I know Eli pretty well. He's an MVP and extremely talented developer. And he covered just about everything you could ever want to do with AI. He knows a lot more about it than me. I know he's worked with it. I think he said he was working on a project recently that was like 6 months of nothing but AI type stuff, doing some very in-depth manipulation of prompts and stuff like that, and you can see he's really got that off pat now. You are the 10x programmer, etc., which I don't quite understand how that works, but it works. He said he read somewhere that that was the best way to get the prompt, and I mean, it seems to work. I didn't know about the Vicuna link as well. I knew about some of the others, but Vicuna is new on me. So I'm very interested to go and see those and see what I can do myself. Some people are scared of AI, and I understand that. I totally get that some people are concerned about it. But I think what we've seen recently is that AI, if used properly, and that's the big key word there, but if used properly, this last year has become actually viable for doing some quite amazing things. I get it's going to be abused. There's going to be people that are going to simulate, politicians and rock stars and people like that, and make them say and do things that they didn't do. or appear to say and do things, but that's always been around for people creating fake videos and lookalikes and all sorts of things. And now it'll be easy with AI. I get that, and I understand, some people's reluctance to have AI and say, well, it's going to put me out of a job. That's not true. There are some jobs that are probably going to change irreparably, but actually overall, I think that AI has begun to show itself as actually an augmentation of what we do. Eli and I are involved in quite a lot of meetings together about various things, and he's always said, actually, even preparing for this conference, he said, you should be using AI in some way to help augment your skills. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm a skeptical old programmer. I've been a developer for 38 years, whatever. But actually, you know what? He's proved the point, and I do actually use some of the AI tools myself to help me. And in fact, for writing, I think it's been something that's been around for quite some time. You've probably not even noticed, but some of the Microsoft editors that you can put in your browser when you're typing in a blog post or something like that, that's AI driven. According to Microsoft anyway. It's kind of Bing editor creator type thing, and instead of just giving you grammatical corrections and spelling corrections, it actually gives you suggestions of completing the sentence. And it does that. It used to do it based on a table of likelihoods of words that will be coming up next, and now it does it based on semantics of the sentence. In other words, it understands the language, the structure and the rules, and also uses an indexing method to come up with some plausible completions for sentences, and does a very, very good job of it. When you see it doing writing, sometimes the writing is particularly obviously not correct. And in fact, I've seen a few examples of poetry. I used to, in a past life, used to be a poet, a paid poet. I used to go out and get paid to actually do poetry in public, as you do. I've had a weird life, and so I used to teach poetry in schools and various things like that. And so I've got quite an interest in poetry, and I've seen examples of poetry that were generated by AI. And I don't know whether it's deliberate, but a lot of them seem to have very similar mistakes. And I don't know whether it's almost like a fingerprint of the fact it's been generated by a particular AI model. I don't know if that's the case, but certainly, someone who understands the kind of language constructs and rhythmic type of arrangements that are common to see these poems, sometimes I almost certainly go, that's definitely AI generated. It's becoming a problem for editors and publishers, because you're now getting people who are saying, oh yes, I can write an article about Python with Delphi, and they use the AI to do it, and it's based on a model that's stopped learning a year ago, 2 years ago, so the information's out of date. And actually this year has proven that things are moving very, very fast in the AI world, and development is always moving fast, and so it produces a result that's sometimes not that great. And certainly it still makes mistakes on code generation. As you saw in Eli's video there, he said, I put in the styles at the top. That's because he didn't tell, I don't think there was a way to get the prompt to do that, because it wouldn't understand how to do it. But he said, and I tweaked the code, I corrected the code. And that has been something that I've noticed as well. There are plenty of plugins for RAD Studio IDE, which is an Embarcadero product, for Delphi, where you can get ChatGPT to generate some code for you. So you might say, generate some code, as Eli showed, generate some code that's an interface for an employee database or something like that, and it'll do it. But it's still at the stage where it makes some quite significant errors. That's okay if you're using it as a foundation on which you are then going to build and correct and build out from there. Just like someone piling a pile of bricks outside your house. It's not a house, it's just a pile of bricks. You then go and build that house from it. But if you just use that code and you don't recognize that there's some flaws in it or faults in it, but it compiles correctly, if you don't understand what's wrong with that code, then actually I can see that AI could be a problem, because it introduces a problem into your code which may not immediately come out until much later, and you do not have the actual technical skills to understand what that problem was because you put it in the first place and didn't write it. But that happens, if you use someone else's library of code, if you suck in a library of example source code or some kind of helper library that does JSON in a particular way or something like that, and you don't understand that library, and most of the time you don't, otherwise you would have written it yourself, or maybe you wouldn't, but perhaps it's something that you don't fully have a grip on, you're still using that code in your app. So actually, is there a difference with that AI driven code and a library that you found already? Yes. I mean, that library, pre-written library, might have been used by thousands of other people and then been proved to be correct by the sheer number of people using it, but they could all just have a bug that's waiting to happen, and that's happened in some open source libraries where a terrible problem has been in the background, and it's only turned up when some hacker has claimed some hacking bounty and gone, I found a problem, and it's a buffer overrun or something random like that in a very popular library. So the thing is, use the AI, but use it with caution. Images. The images that you see around us here actually were generated with the help of AI. We did it deliberately because we wanted to make use of the technology we're trying to discuss in this particular conference. So we actually went ahead and put some prompts in about Pythons and futuristic kind of cyberpunk kind of visuals with a vaporwave aesthetic, which is what is going on in the background with that beautiful purple kind of haze that you can see behind my head just there, and out came some images. Now, we have got graphic artists that work for us at Embarcadero, and they're very, very talented, and they do a really good job. And so not everything you see has been completely generated by AI, and not everything that you see is been completely edited by a human. It's a little bit of both. And some of them have been that the AI has inspired the human, or the AI has been a starting point under which we could then discuss it and say, well, I like that, but I don't like this crazy motorbike in the shape of a Python or something like that. And whilst we're on the subject of, oops, that's my phone that's supposed to be turned off. Whilst we're on the subject of AI, let me turn my phone off, because that is just annoying, isn't it? It's not one thing, it's something else in this situation. I mean, with the streaming going weird. But I'll let you into a little secret, the people who are watching at the moment. All the time that you see me keeping eye contact, I'm actually cheating. If I do this, then you can see that I'm looking down. But actually what happens is that my camera is just up above me, and I actually appear to be looking straight at you. Now, I'm looking at the screen at the moment. I'm not looking at the camera, which is up there. And the reason is that I'm actually using AI for my vision. So I have a very high-end graphics card, as I need to. And with that comes an AI function, shall we say. I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast to replace the background and also to control things like camera. I've got a very good camera here, but NVIDIA Broadcast, first of all, does the noise cancelling on my voice. So apart from when my wife texts me and that gets through, you can't hear, for example, the fan. I live in Texas. It's very humid right now, and the fan that's standing next to me about 3 feet away is completely blocked out by that AI. Likewise, with NVIDIA Broadcast, they've got a beta version of this. You can flick a switch in NVIDIA Broadcast, and it will actually make my eyes look at you, even when I am not looking directly at you. So at the moment, if I'm looking at my keyboard, you can see it looks a bit weird. But if I look up like that, I now appear to be making eye contact with you, but I am not looking at the camera. Very cool. These are the kind of uses of AI technology that are, I think that they're not cheating. I don't think they're creepy or anything like that. I mean, the eye contact thing is a little bit weird, but in order for me to be a presenter and a host and actually to be an engaging person as a speaker, then the eye contact with you is quite important. And previously, this is the first time I've used it on a stream. I've done hundreds and hundreds of streams before, but previously it would always look that I was looking down because of the way that the camera is. I've got a big 32-inch monitor or whatever it is, and my camera is just above. And it just happens to be that if I do that, you can actually see where I'm really looking. As soon as I move my hands away, now you can see it goes back again. So it is a little bit weird. There's a bit of an artifact there. Oh, look, my finger has my eye on it. But as soon as I do that, you can see where I'm really looking and then back again. Absolutely incredible. And it means that I'm maintaining eye contact with you, and I really am. You know, I am looking at the screen and I'm engaging with you, but it's just the technology, the annoyance of where the camera is on the video that I can't maintain contact with. Now, as soon as I turn away properly, it successfully realizes that and you know, puts my eyes to see that I'm looking over there, because otherwise it look really weird, right? Okay, but very interesting. And I think that Eli's session really showed some of how easy it is to engage with some of those models. Oh, we've got 15 minutes still. Oh, good grief. And you know, it's not difficult to use this technology, and this technology is so fundamentally powerful. It's absolutely amazing, really, what it can do. And I saw his session earlier on. I did a little extract of some clips on it before we started, and I realized quite how good it is. He really knows his stuff. So, and Dion's doing a session later about AI as well. Put it in there, and it's actually Patrick Prematan said, I'm going to put him out. Patrick's a friendly MVP. He's French, so that's why I always say bonjour, salut Patrick, to say hi to him. But Patrick is always camping on our webinars. It's a great help to us because he answers a lot of the questions. He's a Delphi guy, but he does a lot of streaming on Twitch. And Patrick, you'll have to put your Twitch channel up at some point, and I'll promote it for you. And he says, the special effects are amazing. Are you the real Ian B? I don't think the real Ian B exists, actually, Patrick. I think I am a combination of Ian Bs, the good and the bad and the awful. Someone says, oh, excellent. Yeah, I think it's good. And whilst we're on the subject of questions, someone was asking about MVPs in various countries. And also we're actually getting someone say hello from Ecuador. Hello, people from Ecuador. And I know that we've had people from Brazil, and we'll just get it in Ecuadorian Spanish, I'm guessing. It looks like it. But we've had people from all around Brazil and various other countries as well. We appreciate you joining in. Someone asked about subtitles. Some of the channels do automatic subtitles. Some don't. We stream to multiple channels. On the video replays, usually because they're YouTube replays, YouTube will actually pick up the speech and do the captions for you. We do have the technology to do our own captions live as well. But to be honest, the trouble we have with the streaming platform anyway, it's probably better that we don't do that. So I don't think we do that. And, you know, we appreciate that a lot of you, English is not your first language. I talk very quickly. So do some of the others that are present on here. So I apologize if sometimes you don't pick up everything we say, but we do try to make sure that the information on the screen and the demos and the slides are all easily understood, even if English is not your main language. Let's pick on some of the questions here. So this is from, let me just hide that box there, Chirag Patel. Hello, Chirag. Chirag actually asked a couple of questions, but this one was, he wanted to say that we create videos for application development beginners to advanced in RAD Studio. Well, actually, we do that a lot. There are lots and lots and lots of videos on about RAD Studio on our YouTube channel. If you go to YouTube and search for Embarcadero Technologies, our channel is on there. We are full of streams. But more importantly, if you go and you download the the community edition of Rad Studio, and I just put the barcode up there. If you download the community edition, which is the free version of Rad Studio, on the right hand side you can pick up a block that in the welcome page that says learn, and on there are lots and lots of videos that will come up, and also linked to the YouTube channel, and they are teaching you everything you could ever want to do with Delphi, C++ Builder, Python, as we're doing now, and give you everything from the basics of creating an application with a few clicks to advanced servers with Windows services and REST requests, create web apps, absolutely everything. I personally made, I don't know how many videos, hundreds of videos, and some of them got like 11,000 views and things like that, which for a technology video in a particular niche market is actually pretty good. But we try, if you've got anything that you feel you want us to cover, then please let us know. I'm going to put my email up, because I actually would write I'm quite happy for you to email me. Let me just type that in. Just make sure I type it in properly. Okay, so there you go. So let's see. So this is my work email address. I am the developer relations manager, although I prefer to say developer advocate, but developer advocate, I run the developer relations program for Embarcadero. And that means that it's my job to actually talk to other developers. I'm a programmer myself. I get up every day and write code, and it's my job to interface with other developers. If you have got something you want us to see, particularly to do with Python and the Python ecosystem with Rad Studio, Delphi FMX, PyScript, and all those, and you can't find it, email me with the suggestion, and we'll, if it's enough interest, we'll actually do videos for you. We're not a closed box, and I want people to come and tell me that they want something, because at the end of the day, we don't want to just sit here and produce videos that nobody ever wants to watch. So please, get in touch, and you'll get a response. I mean, if I get 50,000 emails, then maybe I won't be overwhelmed, but hopefully that won't happen. But people are sometimes surprised. I had a person the other day, a developer who is a games developer, and we've had a few on, and we've actually got some game stuff coming up later, I think. And this games developer had a particular problem. And he emailed me on the off chance and said, I've got this problem. I'm not happy. I want this and that and all the rest of it. And here's a particular problem. And he was quite surprised when I emailed him and said, let's meet up and have a chat virtually. I don't want to travel anywhere. and actually had a discussion face-to-face on video, because that is what I'm here for. My job is to make Embarcadero's developer tools, which is really what I represent, accessible to developers, because without developers we don't, there's no point in us writing developer tools, and I include Python tools for that, as well as the Delphi and C++ Builder tools, also Interbase, which is the database technology, which is very, very good. I didn't get the chance, because of our little systems crash that we had on Restream, again, didn't get to discuss some of the benefits of Interbase. Interbase allows you to encrypt your data on a mobile device. It's embeddable. Interbase to Go, to make some notes, I'm probably saying the wrong thing, but Interbase to Go, you can embed it on a mobile device. It replaces SQLite, and SQLite, you actually have to pay if you want to encrypt the data. Well, that's great. But if you're selling to the European market, or you're selling to the UK market, which is not European anymore, or you're involved in health education, or health or education in general, actually, or health information like patient records, it can be anything as simple as a license plate on someone's car. You're supposed to encrypt that information. Interbase can do that very efficiently, and it's definitely worth taking a look at. If you go to our website, where we've got the links up there, in fact, the Red Studio one will probably take you there as well. But go along to that QR code that you see up there, and you can read all about interbases. It's an interesting database. It does a patented thing that no other database does. It's do what they call change views. So you read some data from the database, and then the change view will alert you if there's been some changes when you're trying to write things like that. It's like a trigger. If you understand databases and understand database triggers and events, it's foreign key kind of constraints. It's like that, but way more sophisticated. So you can do some things that you can't do in any other databases. So that's worth looking at. Okay, so we'll just show the little barcode there for the ebook. Once again, that's an ebook for the Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL free libraries. You use them in Python, and they will allow you to produce some really sparkling user interfaces. Eli showed a little bit of that, and I think he's got another video. Not sure when it is. Actually, I don't see it on the schedule, so maybe he hasn't. Maybe we've already had it. But there was a video that he did that shows styles and stuff like that. And I know that later on there's some other videos that show some styles for Python apps. You can make your Python apps look fantastic. They look like you spent thousands and thousands of dollars, you know, on Fiverr.com or so, wherever you get people designing the graphics and designing the user interface for you, when in fact all you did was got these free styles from Embarcadero. Include it in your app, publish your app, or deploy your app however you're doing it, free with these styles, and you look like you're a massive outfit, and when really you're some woman or some guy sitting in a hotel room banging away on a piece of code on your keyboard. That's how I do it. But it appears that you're much more sophisticated than you really are. Maybe you're good at graphic design, in which case you can use your own styles. You can create your own styles and customize the ones we provide. But, you know, I'm a very lazy programmer. I want the development environment to do all the work for me rather than me do all the work. So, you know, it's that's how I want to do these things. But that QR code up there will take you to the ebook that talks all about this kind of stuff and about the free stuff that you can get from us. It's all free. Yeah, we're not charging for it. Rat Studio is chargeable, but if you're using the community edition, as long as you apply the criteria for community edition, in other words, you're not a multi-billion-dollar corporation and you just think, I know, I'll just get lots of copies of Rad Studio for free, then you know, you can use the community edition. There's a limit on the amount of turnover, how much amount of money you can make out of that, and a few other things about the size of the teams and stuff like that, but they're not really massive restrictions. And you can certainly create credible applications with the community edition, and people are. And you know, it's an interesting product. After 20 odd years using Delphi, I still choose to use it, and I can write in almost any programming language. You know, after 38 years, there isn't a programming language I don't know, you know, including COBOL. That's how old I am. Python, C#, C. I was a C programmer for a long time. I used to work on Unix kernels and stuff like that. I've seen every trend and fashion there is in development, and every new feature, every new language. I've been involved in some of them. I used to be a Visual Basic guru back in the day as well, and that was really what they called us. That was our title. And I still choose Delphi for a good reason. I know I work for the company, so you'd expect me to say that, but I work for the company because I like the product, not because of the fact, you know, that I'm told to like the product. So, yeah, it's kind of chicken and the egg. Which came first, that or that? I don't know. So we're reaching our time for the next video. I think I've successfully filled in. Let me just have a look at what we've got. Patrick, what was that, Patrick? Let's see. Oh, okay. So this is the GitHub link for the Vicuna client that Eli showed. In fact, Eli's whole repository is there at github.com/FMX Express. So FMX Express is Eli's baby. He's in charge of that. And if you've never heard of FMX Express before, you definitely should go to it. It is absolutely full. It's like a big torrent of amazingly useful information. I still go and look things up there and go, oh, there's a really cool, I know how to do this now. There's an answer in FMX Express. It's almost like the kind of Wikipedia of some of these answers. That's not right, but you know what I mean. It's a great fountain of useful information, and it's very capably managed by Eli. So thanks, Patrick. Once again, you are proving yourself invaluable for these kind of things. Let's have a look what else we've got. So how many other questions come up? Oh, and Patrick also has got a link. Again, Patrick said he just likes doing the links, so well done. There is the thing. Oh, Patrick says that Interbase was used even on Mars. Is that right? Really? Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. That's quite crazy. What's this? Hi, hey, I'm from India and watching at midnight. Thank you so much for doing that. If it's any consolation, I woke up early this morning because my dog hurt his foot, and so I was up at 5:30. So I'm feeling it a little bit now because it's now 2 p.m. my time nearly. So, but I'm not up at midnight doing this. I'm kind of an early person. I like to code early in the morning. I wake up around about 6 every day and code about 7 a.m. onwards. So. Okay, so we're ready for the next session. The next session is called Can I Develop a Robust Desktop Application that Uses Python? And this is by Dion Mai. We had a session from him earlier on. Very, very capable MVP. And I think Dion is going to join us later. Yes, he is. He's going to join us later for the Q&A as well. So stick around, and we'll have a live Q&A where you can have your questions answered. Thanks very much.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to the Python GUI Apps Con 2023. And now we'll see in this session, can I develop a robust desktop application that uses Python? Or can I use Python to a robust desktop application? Well, a little bit about me. I am John Mai, Aquasoft Chief Technologist. Aquasoft is a outsource company located in Brazil, and we work with many technologies here, including Python, Delphi, C#, Java. So I will bring a little bit of that experience of working many different projects with many sizes and different programming languages to show you how can we use Python in robust desktop applications. Okay, I am also an Embarcadero MVP, and in this session we will see how to use Python in robust desktop applications and features that usually are needed in robust desktop applications. So, how to use Python? If you need a robust desktop application, maybe it's very challenging if you only use Python, because Python in large applications can generate very large executable files. Python sometimes has some troubles with memory consumption as well as speed of processing. And other feature that always troubles me when I working with Python in desktop application is that usually it's very hard to create a good visual approach to applications writing in Python. Okay, and many features are considered standard when you are talking about desktop applications, and implement that features on Python sometimes take a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of packages that you have to manage, install, and deploy. So how can we implement these features fast enough? Don't have to worry about many different packages and many different environments, and sometimes only to cover the simple features, the main features that a desktop application needed, we have a lot of hard time doing that in Python. But Python is a fantastic programming language, and you don't have to leave it behind. Some companies that work it with us here in Aquasoft sometimes tell me that they wanted to leave Python behind because there are so many troubles rewriting functionalities in Python, and they instead of keeping dealing with that complexity, they prefer to change the programming language. And I usually say that is not a good option because Python is fantastic. Python is a very incredible programming language with unique features, okay? And many features that we have in Python are not usually portable to other programming languages, okay? So I will encourage you to not left Python behind, and we will see how can we use Python instead of let it behind or translate Python to new language. We can still use it Python but integrated with some solution. Okay, so for me, many analogies are good to clarify the difference between programming languages, but the toolbox analogy is a very good one. Once we have a great toolbox, and in that toolbox each programming language are a different tool, so each programming language can fit better in specific situations and specific problems. So we don't have a program that solves all our problems. Okay, we don't have that magic programming language. We have many different tools with many great uh, many great good characteristics and some bad characteristics as well. But if you know all the tools that you have, you can choose very carefully and always use the best of both, or all the size, all the language that you wanted. And for this solution, I will show you how we can integrate Python here with Delphi. And why Delphi? Delphi is largely used to build desktop applications, okay? Many companies around the world, and Delphi is focused on productivity, okay? And many desktop features are already implemented inside Delphi, so we don't have to worry with third-party components, with compatibilization with other APIs or other libraries. No, we don't have to worry with none of that situations. We just use Delphi, and of course we don't have to left Python behind. We will integrate it Delphi with Python, and we can still use our Python code, but all the features that a desktop application needed can be implemented with Delphi. So Delphi will fill that gap that may Python have. Okay, I know Python, as I told you before, Python has all the tools. We can only with Python solve all the features that I will show you here, but with Delphi we can solve that problems very fast and very simple. Okay, and maybe solve it in a way that you don't have to in some time get struggle only with Python, right? So we can integrate these two powerful languages, each of those with great possibilities, great qualities, and for that we use this Python for Delphi solution is a free solution. Of course, Delphi is not free, but Python for solution is free. I can integrate it with our Delphi IDE, and inside of that we can write, we can integrate our source in Python inside a Delphi application. So all the background visual architecture will be provided by Delphi, and all our scripts, all our Python solutions that we have can be integrated in that executable file by Python, by Delphi, okay? And it's very simple to install. I will not go through all the installation topics because it's very simple once you follow the installation manual. We'll focus more and show you how to use these tools and more in what are the desktop main features that a desktop application will need it. So for you that don't know Delphi is this IDE here. I can even save and close this project to show you. Okay, this is the Delphi IDE, and I will open this sample that I will show you here. As you can see, all are visual. So we have a rapid application development environment. So all are accessed by mouse here. We can even put some components by typing and moving by mouse, and it's very drag and drop environment, so very simple to use at start for people who are learning. Is very simple, very intuitive. So Delphi has a RAD environment, and Delphi can provide rich visual applications. As you can see, all the application have images, and we can put images, and even with those images, when I run the application is still running very fast. Okay, I can have data, have buttons here, and applications are still very fast to use. And we have multi-database integration as a native solution. I have here a very complex database structure. Of course, these samples are based on Delphi samples, okay, are Delphi integrated sample, but I choose this sample because it's very similar that what we use in usually large ERP or large desktop systems, okay? And I separate some simple connection here to show you with this little tool here that in the file we call component. I just put here a connection, and I can choose between many databases available here. And once I choose some database, even Mongo, I can just put here the database connection configurations, and I will be able to use this connection inside my application, even with SQL, okay, or without SQL in Mongo case. But for relational databases, we can use SQL, very simple with these components. And we also have the visual option to use non-stored data. We can use in-memory data, and also it's very simple to use. I can just create here a structure of some data set, and after that I be able to save that or to JSON, or save to file, or send to some API. Very simple, very intuitive, and mostly drag and drop. Okay, so robust desktop applications user requires rapid application development, rich visual applications, multi-database, and also themes. Okay, sometimes themes are interesting, and in Delphi we have native support to themes here. I can put my application to darkness, I can put to iceberg, and I don't have to write a lot of code to do that. In the simple, you can see is very, very easy to implement, and these executable file are not large, are very small considered to the large amount of themes and visual information that we have here. It's a very small executable file, okay? So Delphi has native support to themes, and other features that we have, as I told you, the use of images, and the new versions of Delphi have even the support of images with many sizes, so we can deal with DPI resolution from visual applications to deal with different monitor resolutions, monitor sizes, and as well as the zoom feature in Win 10 or Win 11. And Delphi will deal with that automatically. We just have to input here all the image sizes, and on runtime Delphi will deal with that. We don't have to write any line of code to deal of different resolutions type. Okay, and also Delphi has the image components. We can just put all image information, all the usually features of our system can be labeled as images, and that will make more intuitively for the user when they are working with images and not with only text. Okay, even in Delphi we have all the commands here with simple images, and make it very fast for us, very usable the system. Okay, so Delphi has the native integration with images, and as I told you, everything in Delphi can be, or maybe will be, some component. Okay, some just little boxes here that we can move around and do things. Even and when we are talking about try icons, I just put here a try icon component and configure it, and after that my application will be able to show here in the try system bar. Okay, and many of other uh, features of functionalities we have just simple as that. We can just drag and drop in our applications, configure that with some clicks, and it's done. Okay, I know I already have done some try icons in Python. I know that it can be done there, but it's more complex, takes WinTry integrations, and I have to do all the integration by code, even the icon loads, even the icon configurations. And here I just have to drop some file and put on my application. Okay, many as even the simple component applications like status bar, I have just to put here, and it will be seen, it will be available in my application. I just put some panel text on that status bar, and user will instantly can be seen, can interact with that component. Okay, we have also component actions. We have this guy here, actions, and where we can integrate many visual structure visual functionalities of our applications and deal with all these actions in one single place. Okay, so this is very good for you to have some access control. Usually feature that we have to implement in some robust, some large desktop applications. Usually you will have to have some access control, and with this action list is the job is very simple to do. Okay, because this action will manage many buttons, many pop-up, many menus, events, all integrated in only one visual representation. And once you disable that, all the events linked to that action will be automatically disabled. So it's very productive, very simple to use, and very easy to manage in runtime, even through the source code. Okay, So Delphi has action components, and very simple to do modal or MDI application. MDI is where we have all the windows inside integrated in our applications, and modal is when we have like this login window here. I cannot access the behind application until I have done the login phase here, right? So I will forcefully be authenticated to pass through to go to my application. And of course, I know we can show many windows in Python as well. We can put some modal forms showing Python, but again, that may take you a lot of effort, a lot of work to deal with all the complexities to show some window, put that on front screen. Okay, in Delphi we have just, let me show you the source code. This tree code here can manage to show some modal form or instantiate other window, and the login form is here. Also very simple to build, only some components, images, and the window is ready, is done. Okay. We can have background processing with Delphi, because Delphi has a native and good support to threads. So if your application will have to do some background processing, some version updates, or even run some Python script, you will be able to do that in background. Okay, the user will not have to write on front screen all the process you are doing. And let me show you at least how we can use Python with these two little guys here. As I told you, almost everything in Delphi is a visual component, is a visual representation. Of course, if you don't like visual representation, you can use all of that in source code, but that will make you lose a very good aspect of Delphi, that is the fast application development. Okay, with these simple visual representations here, it's very simple to find the component when you need to change some property or do some tests. It's very simple to use, and once you are habituated with that, it's very good to use. Okay, and it's not that you will lose the ability to write code. Don't think that way. We'll write even in Delphi a lot of code, but for many simple tasks, many simple things to do, the visual representations are very good, are very fast to use in day-by-day basis. Okay, so with these two little guys here, a Python engine, a Python input and output, we just put these components on screen and link them together. Here we have to integrate the Python engine with Python input output. After that, I just have to put my source code to Python engine run. Okay, I put my Python source in this Delphi unit of source code here, but you can put in even an external file. You can put as a resource inside your application. Delphi has a easy control of resource file, so it will be as a binary file inside your desktop executable file. Okay, but remember, don't try to download the Python code from cloud and run it locally, because some antivirus can classify that as a potential security risk. Okay, so be very careful with that. But for usually for put it all your script inside the Delphi application, you will have no such of problem. Okay, so all I say is maybe deliver the executable file with your source code. Don't try to update it online, okay, in executable files, right? Maybe it's more safe for you, because after all, instead of that, all the the antivirus will try to block your script execution. Maybe they will even delete your executable file, right? So it's very simple to use, very simple to integrate with Python. Of course, maybe you will not use directly in form screen. You can put this process on a background process running with threads. Python engine support even with Delphi running threads. So you have other options. This is just a simple sample of what you can do. Okay, so very simple, very easy, even for a developer that maybe never have had any contact with Delphi. And please notice that this is not the only way to integrate Python and Delphi. Okay, we have also the option to export all the source of a Delphi application to write directly in Python code. Okay, Python for Delphi also does this, but uh, if I can suggest you, think a lot about it, because when you are working with Delphi environment, you will not lose all the productivity, all the rapid application development that Delphi is focused. Okay, Delphi has many controls that will make your development very fast. And once you ported this to all Python script, maybe some of these features you will lose. Even you generated the same application in Python, it will work just the same that we are working here, but on development time you will lose this productivity that the Delphi IDE can provide you. Okay, so think a lot of it before you do it, because in my experience, using the Delphi IDE to build all the desktop solutions, all the desktop features is very fast. Okay, right. So background processing, we have simple API integrations with Delphi. I know I use many API integrations with Python, but Delphi will not lose in this situation as well. Example.com, here I can just send I get request, and after that I just have to copy these components, and again a visual representation, but my Delphi application will be able to do a REST request, a GET, or a POST, and some JSON serialization as well. Of course, the JSON serialization I will have to do on my source code, but it's very simple, very easy to do. Okay, so Delphi has that too. Delphi also has the native routines to many hashes, to many other net encoding, many things, even cryptography that we may need for security reasons. I know the Python has, but I only show you here that you notice that Python are updated in these aspects as well. Okay, and we don't have to install some third-party components to do this job inside Delphi. And also zip we have. Okay, Delphi has an easy exception handling. I know that Python is easy as well. Okay, and I know that in Python we can easily deal with many exceptions, but Delphi also has some easy handler here as well. Here we can separate or deal with many kind of exceptions, and that makes a lot of easy to find bugs and deal with bugs. And Delphi has also a reports native support, so we have also a component, everything is a component in Delphi that we can generate reports inside Delphi, and you can see here this report can be printed, can be saved as a PDF file, and we can put also graphs, we can put maps, we can put a lot of many features, and all the graph construction are done in components. Again, we have just to put some component here of report here, and we can access that. Okay, I'll show you that later. So Delphi is also a compiled language. We can see here we have some executable files. So for many cases that's good for deploy, because you don't will need to deal with scripts. I know that Python has the option to generate executable file as well, but Delphi are very small executable files. Here we have a 15 megabytes, but we can also choose the release configuration in Delphi here. And after that, if we build our system, and the new version will be even smaller, we have now our executable file with 18 megabytes, so very small. And we have also security issues. So Delphi is a very security language because our sources are compiled in assembly language, and usually it's very hard to block some Delphi applications. It's not an easy way to do it. Delphi has also a very large documentation and community, so all the questions of Delphi community are now on Stack Overflow, and you can see here there are many questions. We have many answers as well. All the MVPs of Embarcadero maybe will be here answering your questions. And Delphi, of course, Python is extremely large, has a great community, and of course maybe in that case Delphi will not have all these communities, all these features, but when it comes to all the Delphi implementations, the community is very active, is very simple to use. We have also a Reddit community and many other YouTube channels, so you will not be losing, will not be alone. Okay. And Delphi, yes, can handle scalability. Okay, we can have a very large, a very complex desktop system in Delphi, and that will be not problem for Delphi to handle, to run. Okay, so you will be able to deploy your applications with many features and not having any problem with that. Okay. I just simply can find my report files here, but as I show you on runtime, they are installed. They are not just accessed here visually now, but I will put some samples also on GitHub, so you can deal with day-to-day report creation. Sorry for that. Okay, so Delphi can grow, your application can grow with Delphi. You don't have to deal alone with Python and all of these features. You don't have to lose all the productivity that you can win with Delphi using all these application environment development. Okay, this focus on rapid delivery, rapid test your applications are very good, and maybe they will fit your applications as well. Okay, so for the conclusion, I will say the many features are very hard to implement, very hard to deploy, and don't stay suffering only with Python. And if Python are maybe struggling you to deploy your desktop application, don't consider also left Python behind. Okay, just put Delphi use Delphi as a tool to complement Python for you and bring you all the features that maybe Python don't have or are not very good, and still use all the features that you love in Python. Okay, still use all the you like in Python, because it's not the question that Delphi will replace your Python application. You simple can use the two at the same time. Okay, Delphi has also support to mobile applications, has also support to create background applications to run some API for you. So all of that are explained in other sessions in this same event, so you can go to that sessions and see. Delphi is very up to date, even has integrated to ChatGPT. We also have a session on this Python event here, so try to use it. Maybe it will fit very well on your in your day-to-day implementation, as Delphi fits on my for many years. Okay, so all the samples, all the links will be in this GitHub. Even this this PPT session here, I will put there, so you can keep the links or see all the text. Right here are my contacts. If you need to ask something or something are not clear, you can just contact me for any of these channels here. Here we have the QR code to GitHub, or you can just type my name in the repo file there, and you will find. Also, I will put some notice on the report, because the component didn't show here as I planned, but you can access on my GitHub there. They will be there. Okay, so really thank you for your attention. Really thank you for you guys being here, and thanks for
that was Dion, and Dion's joining us live and with our new super interface. Let's see if we can actually get it to appear this time. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Martha, I just pressed it as well. I think. Oh, see, now we're both small.
no problem.
Oh, this interface is driving us crazy. I tell you, it's really ridiculous. Okay, what happens now if we do this? Oh,
we can keep you on the screen, Ian, because you have all the machines of your eyes and.
Well, yeah, this is it. The robot and the AI pupil gaze. Yeah, it's really good. Excellent session. I really like that session. I didn't actually know you work for Aquasoft as well. That's a couple of people work for Aquasoft. They're pretty good people. And I also laughed as well. My favorite phrase from this, I wrote it down, was "Don't stay suffering with Python." yeah. I think that's the thing here, is that what we're really saying is that where there's difficulties with Python, you can possibly ease them with Delphi. Where there's difficulties with Delphi, you can possibly ease them with Python, and the two going together actually work pretty well. So I thought it was funny. We did get a bunch of questions, but they look to be from a spam bot or something like that, who I've now put in timeout. So well done, Mr. Spam Bot. But I thought it was very interesting, the session that you showed. Excuse me. But the point about threads as well was quite useful, I think, as well. Because Delphi's threading library is notoriously good. If once you know how to use it, then yes, you can get threads to work quite easily. It's got all sorts of things as well that other languages don't have, and some languages do have generics, for example, very, very useful. And Python's real strength is the amount of libraries that are available. There's so many things you can do with Python, and nearly every other language pales into insignificance. C#, for example, has got a lot of different capabilities, but even it can't touch Python, and despite the money that Microsoft put into it, and of course invented by the same person that invented Delphi as well, C#. So yeah, I mean, what kind of things do you think I'm probably taking you by surprise here, but what do you think are the main points that you like about the Python for Delphi kind of stuff? Is there something that particularly sticks out to you, or?
Most of the project that I work with, Ian, was projects that uses some Python data processing capabilities,
Mhm.
and we use Delphi to complement that capability of Python
Uh-huh.
to bring some interface to it.
Right,
So many companies, at least here in Brazil, at where I working, generates data lakes, and
right,
after that put some machine learnings instead that data lake to obtain some business logic, some business information, and of
right.
course to show that information to high board, to manager levels. We build some Delphi applications that read that Python data and print on screen, even through a desktop application or a mobile, as the session before, or even through a API to a third-part component, a third-part software consume it. So in this, we really already have used this integration and work very well for us here. So I'm not talking just see some example on the internet and use. No, we use for real life application that is very different when you are just trying to some samples.
Yeah. So it's not theoretical, is what you're saying. It's not, hey, in theory you can do this. You're saying for real you've done this, and it's a real benefit. Yeah, I think so too. And I've seen a few people doing things like that. The data handling capabilities of Python are very, very good. There's some very great libraries out there, and of course I can't remember any of them right now. My brain is half asleep now this afternoon, but um, the data science libraries that manipulate this data, and NumPy being the one that does all the large integer type stuff and things like that as well, that can be useful in statistics and a few other things. It's great. I think that it's a marriage made in heaven, and if Python,
Apparently.
yeah, if Python gets very good at doing some of the things Delphi does, then we're in trouble. But right now, there's a few weaknesses in Python that are actually beneficial to Delphi people as well. And actually, one of the key products I work on uses PHP, and it has done this for 20 years. And it uses the PHP for the reporting. And the reason is that we wanted people to be able to go into the PHP scripts and tweak them, make them do things slightly differently to what we had decided was the right way. And it's a human resources application, and it's pretty popular. There's a couple of million people, employees in the UK, that use this, and they don't know, they just get paid. But it's quite a lot. And all the reporting is done via PHP. However, that is now. It is going to be done via Python eventually, because Python is even better at doing the things that it would do, and it would still allow someone to actually go into a Python script and edit the Python script and give that kind of capability. We didn't want to put Pascal scripting in the application. We wanted it to be something that with a much broader application. We looked at VB script and said no, that was a bad idea, and we looked at a few others as well and settled on PHP at the time, which is about 2003 or something like that. So at that time Python was very popular, but the integration between the two languages was not as good, whereas there was a Delphi for PHP at the time, and a few other things as well. So, but yeah, I think there's a definite crossover, and I think your demos are so good. I mean, you really are very good at showing the best of these applications, and I haven't had one single person say, I want to see more of an example. No, because you've covered it all. That's always a good thing, actually.
Nice.
Sometimes when you don't get questions, it's a good thing. So it's good.
And yeah, it's very hard because sometimes I think maybe a more complex sample, but sometimes more complex sample will show away from what we are trying, is just show what you can do.
Yeah.
If we one project that comes to my mind is one that we did here in Brazil, that from Delphi we captured the cameras images, and put that images to Python, process what name of car, or what quantity of what amount of cars pass through that camera frame, and after that store that information in a database. They are again back on Delphi doing this processing. So this two language integrated, Delphi dealing with hardware and database that Delphi is very good at, and Python dealing with processing the image. That Python sometimes is very slow, that other language to do that, but it's very simple to do.
Yeah.
There are some libraries that you just put the image and ask Python how many cars is here, and Python give you back the answer.
It tells you it's a
And
15 and one of them's a motorbike.
in Delphi, we try to do that with neural networks, and the sources just got crazy, and we say no. In Delphi, this step we will not be able to do this time. So
Yeah.
yeah, but this kind of project sometimes maybe com- uh, conflicts to the audience. What we are trying to show that is simple
Yeah.
samples that you really can apply on daily basis if you are working with Python nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I said when I started doing the developer relations and the developer advocacy was that I wanted to show more of what the programs can do rather than how they can do it. Because I think a lot of examples that you see in the tech world tend to be cool examples of code. Hey, look at this really cool code, and actually don't focus on the end result, which is what you can do with that code. Never mind how it does it, but what you can actually get out of it and the capabilities. And something like recognizing vehicles is something that actually comes up relatively often. Security applications, just things like parcel deliveries. Oh, there's a truck turned up to deliver our parcels and it gets an alert somewhere. It doesn't have to be something particularly sophisticated, but I think that focusing too much on the code and not enough on the result is something that goes wrong. I think in some tech demos that the people giving the demos are too technical and they're trying to impress their friends rather than when I say it, I mean, I've done it. I'm as bad as everybody else, but I think showing people what can be achieved is almost more important than how you achieve it sometimes as well. But like you say, complex demos sometimes are unavoidable. Sometimes you have to show something complicated to make the point about what it is that you want to show. So I don't know. It's a fine line. So we've got loads of time. We can either just sit here and talk, or we can probably play some short videos or something like that. Your next session, you're on the next session as well, aren't you? You're doing an AI video as well. Wow, you're day one hero, I think, today. Poor Priyatham, he's gone home now, so he was here as well. But and Eli gave up because everything kept crashing. So, it's all good, but. Okay, well, what I'll do, if I just let Martha know, our producer, who's in the background somewhere. Martha, I think what we'll do is we'll play some of the short clip videos again. Probably if we've got them uploaded, because that's the only difficult thing. I'm just waiting to see if she will type back in the chat. She might not be paying attention. So yeah, she's not going to chat right now. Okay, well, what we'll probably do is just play some clip videos rather than just stand around and talk for another 15 minutes. I mean, I think that this conference has got a lot of good features in it. And I think that the one thing that you've shown is that the user interface part of it, I like the fact that you've kind of focused on that as much as anything else, because that's the one thing wherever I go and look at a Python conference, some of the demos are like, they just don't look so good. Martha says, okay, she's going to be ready with the videos. But I think that's, like I say, it's the good parts of Delphi and the good parts of Python coming together. And I think you did a very good example of that. Okay, Martha, so if we can play some of the clips, I'm not particularly worried which one. It's up to you. Bharat's one is pretty good. Are we okay with that? We'll soon find out because she'll probably play the video. Just the short clip. Oh, Code Monkey. Oh, we can do that. Yeah, why not? Let's do Jim's Code Monkey. That's I didn't even know we'd loaded that.
I loved how readable the Object Pascal programming language is. I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Coulton.
Code Monkey, get up, get coffee. Code Monkey, go to job. Code Monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say Code Monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do Code Monkey think? Code Monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code Monkey not say it out loud. Code Monkey not crazy, just proud. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code Monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code Monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code Monkey not thinking so straight. Code Monkey not feeling so great. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. A lot. Code Monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code Monkey just keep on working. See your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just waiting for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or App Method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Coulton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you will find links to download Jonathan Coulton's song as well.
This is a project that I wrote. You may have seen it before. Sorry about that. It's a project. we will play a video. Sorry about that. It's a project that I wrote. You may have seen it before if you've come to our Skier for Delphi webinars, because I think I did it on the desktop first or some other conference, one of the many things that I do webinars for. And this is all done with Skier for Delphi as well. And any Star Trek fan will be able to tell you what this is. This is a imitation, shall we say, of a space computer, the LCARS interface. If you're a Star Trek original series fan, then you'll know immediately what that is. And what we've got here are some Skier for Delphi controls. And if I hit F11, you can see it's a Skier animated image. And this one is an SVG. And there's some more animated images here. These are Lottie animations. So they're basically a bit of XML and it draws the animations. These are just simple shapes, as you can see, T-shape and a few other things as well. In the background, there's some source to make things render. But let me just run that for a second so you can see what it looks like when it's running. Oops, oh dear, what did I do? Oh, I broke it. Oh no. It was working the other day. No, what did I do? Ha. There you go. When I opened the project, it automatically added Skier in there. So it's playing sounds in the background, which I'm just going to turn off because we don't really want those on. But as you can see, key things here are the font handling that Skier does. This is a Klingon custom font. It doesn't say anything meaningful. It's all random text. And here's some colored fonts. And then there's some nice column fonts and justified and all the rest of it. Here's some text. There's your SVG. Here's a nice custom Star Trek-y type font and the animations. And all of this is done using open source stuff. I didn't create any of this myself. I just drew them all together, put them in the same place. But it's a simple little demo, but it gives you some idea of some of the things that just straight out of the box you can do. You can get much better animations than these. I just picked ones that look vaguely Star Trek-y, but it's very cool. And all of it's enabled by Skier for Delphi. You can download this from their website and go to the repository. It's all open source. And most of the code that you see there actually is really to do with generating random lines of text. So actually, it's nothing to do with the Skier stuff. It's just because I wanted to show some plausible text on there.
And this is a VCL sample too, right?
Yes, this is a VCL sample. There is someone cleverly has raised an issue against my sample and said, do an FMX version. The difference between the FMX and VCL samples is that in the VCL, these animations here are not transparent. Okay, let me just turn the sound off. On the FMX, this planet background here would be transparent. You probably can't see it very well on the webinar, but this planet image has got a black background, which by default is transparent on FMX. And therefore, the radar sweep actually seems to go around and hover over the top of the planet because I put the Z order so that the radar sweep was on top and it looked like the radar had detected the planet. But that's the only real difference between the FMX and the VCL versions. But yes, this is a VCL project and it's good to go. You can use this out of the box and see some of the nonsense I did to make it work, but it gives you some indication of how to load custom fonts and lay it out, put colors in and play animations. There's nothing difficult with the animations. Load the animation in and get it to play. Same with the font. Their font handling is fairly easy. There's a bit of font handling here. It loads in a open source font, which I do reference in my notes. I put an attribution in there from where I got it. Loads the font in, creates the font, and then chooses a yellow color, and that's it. That's your custom font loaded. So it could be any font that you like.
I love the fact that you can load the font into your application. It doesn't have to be installed on the computer. That's a really big thing.
Correct, yes. And actually in my notes, I actually put attributions where I got these from. And that fontlibrary.org has got thousands of fonts. I didn't find just one Klingon font. I found about 15. So if there's 15 Klingon fonts, you can bet there's all sorts of other types of font that you could ever want. I just go to my GitHub and get it there. But actually, it's a lot easier if you go to the skierfordelphi.org site and then go to the repository, and they credit me there very nicely. I didn't do any of the hard work. I just wrote a simple little program. They did all the hard work. Okay, so there we go. We've embiggened me again on our new streaming interface. That was a couple of videos just to fill some time because we didn't want Dion and I just struggling to talk about things. the video with the Code Monkey music in it was actually from my predecessor, Jim McKeith, very good friend of mine. He was the former developer relations, chief developer advocate actually, and developer relations manager for Embarcadero, and I've taken over from him. He's actually gone and is working at another company doing developer relations there, so he's still doing the same thing, just not for this particular organization. And Code Monkey, the music that you hear, Go Monkey Like You, that's all by Jonathan Colton, and he has a link in there for that music. Jonathan actually allowed Jim to use that, and we're allowed to play that as well, so we're not infringing any copyright if YouTube are worried about it. And the second video that you saw with the LCARS interface, which is the Star Trek computer interface, or space computer, which is what we call it, because we don't want to get sued by Panasonic or whoever it is in charge of that. The code for that is Delphi code, and it uses the Skier for Delphi library, but you could be using that at Rad Studio, which is why the link is up the top there for Rad Studio. We're going to go to another video now by Dion. Excuse me. Let me just clear a couple of things off the screen so we're ready. So that's gone and that link's gone. This video is called AI Inside Out by Dion. I'm not actually sure what the thing is. Let me just look at the description so I can read it to you. Large language models are here to stay. They've already changed a lot of things and will change a lot more soon. In that context, how can we use LLMs to help us build our own Python applications or use them as a tool in our applications? Come and learn how to power the development apps with advanced AI capabilities, which has been up today's kind of overwhelming theme apart from the UI. But that's from Dion any second now. Replays will be later, and we'll make sure you get the links. And so does all the example code be downloadable, and all of the slides that you see as well. We'll make sure it's all available, just to preempt a few questions. Stick around. Thanks a lot.
Welcome everyone, welcome to Python GUI Con 2023, and this session is AI Inside Out, and we will see how can we use LLMs to power up our development. Here speaking, I am John May, Aquasoft Chief Technologist. Aquasoft is an outsourced company located in Brazil. We work with many projects, including with Python, Delphi, Java, C#. So we work with many technologies, but we are using a lot of Python in the last few years. And I'm also an Embarcadero MVP. And today we will see about LLMs, what they are, how they work in a superficial way, and how can LLMs help us code, as well as if we can use LLMs as a tool in our applications. Since ChatGPT release in November 22, we have LLMs have receiving a lot of attention, right? So mostly because LLMs like ChatGPT is an LLM, they can help us do many tasks. And once they arrive, many things already have changed, okay? OpenAI, here the logo of the company, is the maintaining company of ChatGPT and GPT-4. And this kind of LLM can help us or speed us up in many tasks. But how they work? Well, large language models, LLMs, are just a large amount of data. Okay, we have a really large amount of data, and that large amount of data will be processed by some deep learning algorithms and transformer algorithm, and will generate some models, and that models can perform some tasks, many varied tasks. Okay, and what can they do? what these models can do for us. They can give detailed explanations about complex and clarified aspects. They can solve mathematical problems step by step. They can write code, write text in different styles. They can compose musical lyrics, explanation mathematical theorems. Okay, but stop there. Write code? Can an LLM write code? How can we code with LLMs? Well, LLMs can generate code. We can see some sample here in my ChatGPT prompt when I ask the ChatGPT to give me a sample code in Python that consumes Google Quantum Cloud Service. And you can see that ChatGPT writes some simple code here using Circ to import all my configurations that we need to do this request, as well as give some fake data and call the job in Quantum Cloud Service, as well as print the job results. So for simple writing code tasks, LLMs are very good. And of course, using LLM in this way to write code is not a very productive way, because we have now to copy this code and paste in our IDE. So we will have some time to translate between some applications to write our code in a daily basis, not a productivity way to do this. But we are having that some tools that speed up this process, like GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot, I will not deep dive in this guy in this presentation, okay? But we have some sample of Copilot. It can write in many languages, and I just have to give some technical aspects of what my source should do in Python or any other language that Copilot can generate, and it will generate some source code for me. Okay, it's like I have a pair programmer, but inside my IDE, right? But instead of Copilot, I in my applications usually use VS Code, and for VS Code we have ChatGPT like Copilot extension. I will show you here, and here we have my VS Code, and I just have to put, no, it's this window here. I have just to put this extension here, code GTP, okay, and configure it. It's very simple to do. And after that, once I have some comment in my code, I just have to select that comment and ask code GTP to generate some source code, or in this window here I can just ask the question, and once I have asked the question to code GTP, I can put that source code directly in my code application. Okay, it's a more interactive, more simple way, and this extension also can generate some explanations, refactoring, or documentation for me, as well as unit test methods. I just have to put some method there, and it will generate some tests for me, right? So it's the same process that I using with ChatGPT, but in this way I have more integrated with my IDE. But with LLMs are not just ChatGPT. GPT is just one LLM. We have more LLMs available. We have also Amazon Code Whisperer, also free, and Amazon Code Whisperer I can put also in VS Code. I just have to put the extension of AWS Kit toolkit, and after that I have to configure Code Whisperer, and you see that it is enabled here. And after that is just like using Copilot. I have to describe what my function should do. After that, Code Whisperer will search for that, will generate that source code, and I can accept that source code or not. So it's more restricted. I don't have the debug feature. I don't have the others feature yet, but it can generate code for me with my code description here. And I have also another LLM that is Captain Stack. And Captain Stack, as you can see here, is just other extension. But differencing from other two extension, Captain Stack will search only answers and Stack Overflow. So I have to put this tag here, find, and after that write what I'm looking for. And once I complete it, it will search Stack Overflow answers and bring me many answers to that question that I ask. And I can accept one answer, and after that it will automatically comment what link in Stack Overflow has generated that answer that I choose. Okay, so is another good LLM tool, but only to get new implementations, right? It also cannot test or validate some source code that I already write it. Okay, but is the only way that we can use LLMs to helping write some codes? Well, not. We can use LLM as a tool in our own applications in many ways. We can use LLMs to explain some complex business logics to our users. We can integrate LLM answers to many APIs that generate voice, and after that we can give some tool tips or hints to our user writing in voice, okay, with all the complex that LLM generated, and but speak it to our user. Of course, for that I have to have a Python application, even that a mobile application, a desktop application, or a web page application. But with that application, I can just call these LLMs like an usually call API and give that answer to my user. Okay, but how can I have an Python application to call some LLMs? Well, first of all, we have to develop this app application, and for my personal choice, I like to use Delphi. Okay, and I use Delphi with Python for Delphi scriber, and so I use Delphi as an IDE, and I put all my Python source code inside that IDE with Python scriber. Python scriber is extension. I have link here. It's very simple to install. Once I have Delphi already installed, I just have to install all the packages. I have the all the manual are here. It's very simple to do. And after that, here in my Delphi application, I will have these two components. One to give the input output of my application, and one to run the engine of Python inside. And with just one simple call, I can run my Python source code inside this application. What I gain with that? Well, I gain that Delphi is very powerful to build GUI applications. It's very simple to use it, right? And I don't have to lose anything that I write in Python. I don't have to convert it. Of course, I will not show the source code in my screen to my user. It's not how we usually do it, but I just put it here so you can see how simple is it. Okay, and is in this source I have a simple sample that are calling ChatGPT, so I can use this to ask ChatGPT or any other LLM to explain some complex business logic, to show me how certainly business logic work, generate a tooltip, any kind of instruction that may help my final user. And it's very simple to use, and once I call it, will run is very simple, as well as build this interface. Okay, this is just a showcase, and it's very simple to convert this sample to other platforms. I just have to select here the other platform that I want, and Delphi will generate for me, even Android or iOS or any other tool that we wanted to use, any other platform that we wanted to use. Okay, right. But once I'm a Python programmer, and we already know that LLMs can help us code, can I use some LLM inside Delphi? Well, I have also this extension. We have also this extension here, written by Ali. Okay, and very simple to install. And with this extension, we have access to ChatGPT inside Delphi ID. So even if I don't know much about Delphi, I can go here and ask ChatGPT to comment some code for me, to write some tests, find bugs, or even complete my code, as well as I can open the window and ask some specific features in Delphi, and ChatGPT will write as well as I did in VS Code. Okay, so I can use the LLMs or ChatGPT power inside Delphi as well. And before we go forward, please notice that I'm using OpenAPI package here. Using OpenAPI package here in my Python source code, and you can use any package that you needed in Python. It works very well with Python Engine, and you have just to install that Python package as we usually do in our Python applications, or you have to put you have to put the zipped code of that package inside of your application, extract as a resource to Delphi have access to that package, and after that run it runtime time. Okay, so to deploy this Python application, you have to install first that package in your desired target platform. Okay, well, for the conclusion, we have mostly three types of artificial intelligence. We are here now. We don't have yet these new types of artificial intelligence. We are on artificial narrow intelligence, when artificial intelligence will just do some specialized problems. Artificial intelligence will not be able to do some very large and complex task. We'll just do some simple task, as well as we did here, generating some simple source code or some small source code. Okay, for this narrow artificial intelligence, the step where we are now are very good. They work very well, and we have many great players, many large players developing tools to help us code. In my team, in my particular experience, we have at least an increase of 20% of productivity using this kind of tools and daily base to code. Okay, but Sam Altman, the CIO of OpenAI, have told that using the full capability of ChatGPT to help you code can help you increase at least 10 times the speed of coding. And this is a very large number, is very increase in productivity of generate source code. So I will strongly recommend you to look after some LLM to use in your daily base code if you already are not using it. Okay, and some online portal have asked all these his users how percentage of they are using ChatGPT or other LLM to do so many tasks, and in this particular pool here, only 6% of the developers are using some LLM to help them code. So if you are not using some LLM, look forward to start using and increase these numbers, because it's a very has a very gain of productivity. Okay, and LLMs will not replace programmers by now. As we see, they only can generate some simple pieces of code, but maybe they never will replace programmers in the future as well. So let's use them as a good tool that they are. And just to make the joke about the name of the session and the Pixar movie Inside Out, let's consider all these LLMs tools that help us code as little voices in our head telling us how we can improve our source code, how we can find some potential bugs that we didn't know that our source can generate. Let's use these guys to help us increase our productivity and not any other way. Okay, so all the samples and links used in this session will be in this GitHub. All my contacts are here if you have some questions. Here we have the QR code to access the GitHub, or you can just type my user and the repo name there. And I'm here to answer any questions in the Q&A. Thank you.
There you go. Our platform is driving me crazy today, and it's getting late in the day, and I just found out one of our team is up till 4 a.m., which is quite incredible. I don't know, they must have all the caffeine in the world. And Dion's joining me again live. Hello, Dion. How are you?
Oh, yeah.
Hi. I know for you it's actually like 5 p.m. or something like that. Where can we get
Yes,
you?
5 p.m.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, we've got you now. There you go. See, we've almost got the hang of this platform. I'm sure we're going to complain to them.
You will master it, Ian. Yeah, soon.
Well, actually, I think Martha clicked the buttons, but there you go. But great intro. I thought it was very interesting. I didn't know about some of those other extensions in VS Code. I liked the one. What was the one that went to Stack Overflow? It was Captain Stack or something like that, was it? Yeah, it's Stack Overflow. The thing about Stack Overflow is I always find sometimes it's really, really good, and sometimes it's absolutely awful. And you're just never quite sure. I actually got not banned, but I got punished on there. One of our other MVPs asked a question, and it was to do with MySQL, and I actually answered the question on there by developing an application to show them how to do what they needed to do. It was easier just to demonstrate with an application. And I told them in the answer what I did, and then linked to the example, which was GitHub thing, and they said, "You're just trying to promote yourself, ban," and they banned me for like 28 days.
Really?
The other MVP's like, "I'm really sorry." I'm like, "Hey, it's cool, it's not a problem." I sent them the link and it fixed what they needed. But yeah, Stack Overflow, there's a few little dictators waiting in the background to shout at you. So, yeah.
Yeah, and with this tool, maybe they are already using your code now to promote
Oh,
themselves.
well, yeah. I found out that on the GitHub where it says the Arctic code thing, where they took your code and they stored it in a mountain under the ice or something. I believe that when they did that, that's actually part of the training set that they use for ChatGPT. So there could well be some of my code coming out of ChatGPT. I apologize in advance, everybody, because those are the bits that are probably wrong. So sounds you're right for relying on it, but I think you're absolutely right. I think it's it is kind of close to being excellent and useful, but also I don't think any of us need to worry about our jobs just yet. I've seen some examples where you look at them and go, no, that's a useless answer, and I need to do some more work. Do you actually use it yourself to generate any codes or tests or anything? You do?
We are using a lot here in my team, and if you're using Ian on daily basis, you will see that it's sometimes get completely wrong. You have to
Right.
be very specific of what you wanted, and even though you have to know all you want to ask them, because if you don't know about threads, if you don't know about the language that you are using, the LLM will not fit that gap. So for a person that does not code, to ask the LLM to generate code and validate that it's right, it's very complex. I don't see that coming. Maybe in the future, but as the practice that we using here, we cannot see that coming.
Yeah, and I think it's like a lot of things, but there's a law called Moore's law, which was invented by a guy from IBM, which said that every 18 months the power of the computer chip will double and the price will halve. And I think there is probably a new Moore's law that should apply to artificial intelligence, because ChatGPT 3, when it came out, was pretty good, but ChatGPT 4 had a massive amount of extra nodes and learning and rules and all, whatever the terminology is. We should have Yilmaz here. He would know straight away what the answer was. And I think the same thing is probably going to happen with AI, that if they iterate in the same way, what is useless right now hopefully will learn and become better, and then that better one will learn and become better. So maybe they use themselves to learn. I don't know how the magic works in the background, but I remember the app Shazam. I don't know whether you ever saw that app, where you would press a button and you'd have some music playing a shoe shop or something, and you press it and it would listen to 20 seconds, tell you what the track was. And I used to think that is incredible technology. Whoever wrote that code really did know what they were doing. But I reckon that actually, that kind of wonder where you look at it and think, I don't know how they do that. I know the basics of what they're doing, but I can't imagine how they did that in the background to, go through all of the technology, the scanning, the indexing, and compressing. However, and I've seen some TED Talks about how they do it, but how they do that was magical. And it's the same with ChatGPT 4 and all the large language models, that I think we're only seeing the very beginnings of it. You think of the very first cars, the very first planes. Now we look at them and go, oh, how did they not die? It's exactly what it is. And
even Google, when first searches come out, I remember, at least here in Brazil, we use a lot of Yahoo to do search. Nowadays, Yahoo, most people never heard about it.
No,
only
Alta
use
Vista.
Google.
Alta Vista was the search engine as well, and a few others. I mean, there's a few out there like Ask Jeeves that apparently are still going, but nobody would ever use them now. But they were popular in the US and the UK. Google really is the only show in town when it comes to search engines, but I think they missed the AI revolution coming. I think maybe they've got something waiting. I don't know. But Microsoft, hands off to them. They saw what was happening, bought Open API and put massive investment in it, and then completely embraced it on all their products. So they're not daft. They know what they're doing. So yeah, it's interesting stuff.
And even now, at least 8 months after ChatGPT, Google released Bard last week,
Yes.
at least for here in Brazil. And I tried, and me and my team, we always think that GPT was better, will provide better source code results than Bard. So even they releasing after GPT, now they still not able to reach what GPT already has.
They had a little exhibition or webinar or conference, Google, where they tried to show Bard, and they kind of said it's coming soon. And I personally, I don't know whether this is true, but I got the impression that they panicked and thought, oh no, they've done what we were going to do as well, because they've been doing machine learning for a long time. You know, it's not like they're crazy, but I don't know, COVID and all of the tech cutbacks and, you know, all those things impacted a lot of companies. But I don't know, you know, AI seems to be the place to go. It's slightly worrying for an old guy like me, but also, you know, hey, I'll be retired before it's a problem. So if I ever retire, I'll be dead probably, but not retired. But,
Ian,
you know.
You presented, I think, the smartphone revolution, the large computers revolution. So it's not something very, very new. In the past, we have same kind of revolution, the internet revolution. But in that time, maybe we don't talk too much about the things, about the automation, about the loss of jobs. It's very soon to tell what is going to happen.
The feeling I get is it's like the iPhone introduction, and it's like the internet becoming popular. It's a moment in time where you know this is something significant. It's not a fashion, you know, it's not a fad.
Yes.
This is probably going to stick around and become something bigger. And just like electric vehicles eventually are probably going to rule everywhere. But I remember the first electric vehicles, you know, when I was younger, and they were hopeless. And I remember the first mobile phones. I mean, you're younger than me, but I remember, you know, I remember before color TV, but I remember the first mobile phones, and they were like this. In fact, I had one that had a handle and a battery that big. You know, and you look back, and people go, no, we did carry them. You know, my job required it. I was a director of Dictaphone at the time, actually, and a few other companies. But yeah, it's to look at them now, and you know, this is a Samsung. I've got an iPhone there as well. This is way more powerful than the computers I used when I worked at some of the biggest companies in the UK, where we had 250 users connected to it, multitasking. The hard drive on that was 380 megabytes, which was massive. And now this phone has got, I don't know, 2, 4, 6 gigabytes of RAM. I don't even know how much. It's a lot. I mean, it's fading because of the background, but you know, it is more capable. The camera in it is more powerful than the digital camera that I could have bought at any price 10 years ago. You know, it's got 150 zoom or something like that, and also, it's an exciting time to be alive. And I've been through that a few times in the past, but yeah, it's an edge thing. Well, we must let Martha go because we know what time it is for her. And I appreciate you coming along, Dion. And you're done now, aren't you? That's all your session. Yes, that's all your sessions, isn't it? I think you're finished.
Yes.
I really appreciate it. You're a very, very popular guy, and you're a very knowledgeable guy, and you know, very affable and friendly as well. So it's a pleasure to have you on. And I appreciate you coming on and showing us the demos. You know, keep on doing what you're doing, and I'm sure we're going to meet you again in the next section or whatever we'll call it. Okay, so I'll say goodbye to everybody. I'm going to turn you off, Dion. I think that might mean that I go supersize. Let's see if I can do that. Oh, there you go. So thanks very much for appearing here with us and joining us for these sessions. We appreciate it and appreciate your time. We know that you've got plenty of other things going on. If you've caught this on the replay, there are lots of other replays to view as well. We've already said, but we'll repeat it once again, that all of the samples and all of the source code and the example code that you've seen They're all available to download. We will make sure you get the links. If you join via an email or a message, something like that, that will probably be the way that we'll send you out the links. If not, we'll put it on our social media, and we'll also notify some other people as well to make sure that you get them. It takes us a while to collate those because, as you can appreciate, 2 days, 14 hours of videos, I think it is, or something like that. It takes a little while to upload and download and put in the correct places. So we'll do it as soon as we can. Bear with us, but we'll keep in touch. You can always go to our website and follow us on the blogs and all the other things as well. And you can also, if you need to email me directly, this is my work email address. If you've got any questions or anything like that, I'm the developer advocate for Embarcadero, and we are the ones that are sponsoring this conference. But if you've got any questions, then feel free to email me and I will answer them. I will get back to you. We're not some kind of black box. We believe in reaching out and meeting the developers where they are. But anyway, that's it for day one. Join us for day two. Appreciate everything. And oops, I hit a button that I shouldn't have done that. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.